Under pursuant to Standing Order 1082, we'll start our study of the pre-budget consultations for 2020. We have a number of witnesses here from the Department of Finance Canada, and they'll have a presentation in a moment. Just first, I do want to thank all the parties for the getting the witness list in on time. Under very, very tight schedule, and the clerk tells me that one of the difficulties is that pretty near all the witnesses are accepting on the initial calls, which actually surprises me given the tight time frame. So that's a good thing. And I just want to remind people of the other things that we agreed to relative to the schedule the other day. If people want to make note of these dates. On February 18th, just if you want to keep notes while witnesses are going through on some of these areas. On February 18th, there's a 6 p.m. deadline for recommendation submissions to the committee clerk. On February 19th, at 3 p.m., we hope that we'll be able to distribute all recommendations by all parties to all committee members. And we'll meet on February 20th from 11 till 2 and 3:30 till 6:30 as a committee to discuss the report and the recommendations, because as we talked about the other day, we have to give the Library of Parliament time to get their work done so that we're able to table the report in the House. So then meetings is necessary on the week of the 24th to finalize the report. So then turning to the, no questions on that? Then turning to the Department of Finance as witnesses, we have Mr. Leswick, who's the Assistant Deputy Minister, Economic and Fiscal Policy Branch. Mr. Marsland, who's the Senior Assistant Deputy Minister, Tax Policy Branch. And Ms. Dancy, Associate Assistant Deputy Minister, Economic Development and Corporate Finance Branch. So, welcome. I'm not sure who's leading off. You, Nicholas?
Yes.
Go ahead. Floor is yours.
Very good. I'll just make a few short opening remarks. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and all honourable members of the committee. Well, you've introduced me, Nick Leswick, the Assistant Deputy Minister of the Economic and Fiscal Policy Branch, overall responsibility within the department for economic and fiscal forecasting and the production of the federal budget. Andrew Marsland, our Assistant Deputy Minister of Tax Policy. Evelyn Dancy, our Associate ADM of Economic Development and Corporate Finance. I have other officials from the Department of Finance behind me who can assist us in providing responses to your questions. I will speak briefly about the preparations currently underway at the department for Budget 2020. Every year, the Department of Finance organizes its own pre-budget consultations, in addition to the consultations that the committee members, are hosting. Through town halls, focus groups, online surveys, and by receiving emails and regular mail, the consultations allow the Government of Canada to hear directly from Canadians on what measures could be included in the upcoming budget. This year's pre-budget consultations are focused on the themes from the speech from the throne, themes that we know are important to Canadians and where the government has stated its clear priorities: strengthening the middle class, protecting our environment, keeping Canadians safe and healthy, and reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. These pre-budget consultations were launched on January 13th. The objective was clear, and that was inviting Canadians and experts to share their ideas and help build the upcoming budget. As you may know, Ministers Morneau and Minister Fortier, as well as Parliamentary Secretary Fraser, who's at the committee, have held town halls and roundtables across the country to date. Also, 15,000 Canadians have responded so far to online surveys on our website, and responses come in every day. The consultations are ongoing, therefore it is still time for Canadians to share their ideas and their priorities with the government, whether it is online or at events across the country. The government wants to hear from as many Canadians as possible, and with that, Mr. Chair, we will be happy to answer any questions the members of the committee may have as they pursue the various themes under this year's pre-budget consultations.
A different lineup than last time. Who's first over there, guys? I never asked you earlier. Mr. Morantz?
I just have a question about the basic personal amount campaign promise. During the campaign, the Parliamentary Budget Office said that in 2024, the cost would be, 23-24, the cost would be 5.6 billion, roughly. Their most recent estimate in 2024 was 6.8 billion in 2024. And in your report, which was lowering taxes for the middle class and people working hard to join it, that report has the number at roughly $6 billion in 2024. So my question is, which number is correct?
Thank you for the question. Perhaps I can give some background on my understanding of those numbers. I believe that the costing of the platform was based on the basic personal amount only. There are essentially two credits: the basic personal amount and the eligible dependent credit, and the spousal amount, which are equivalent to if your spouse isn't working or a single parent, then you get essentially another basic personal amount. So my understanding is that the costing was based on only the first of those, and the actual proposal includes all three. In terms of the most recent Parliamentary Budget Officer costing, I think the difference is largely explained by a different database. The Parliamentary Budget Officer uses the Statistics Canada's SPS DM model, which basically takes some taxpayer information, some sample data, survey data, and builds a model. The department uses essentially taxpayer information. We use the tax returns filed by Canadians to build a microsim simulation model, and that results in a more accurate, in our view, picture of the cost.
So in your view, your number is the most accurate?
That would
so
be
you would say
argued,
the
yes.
Parliamentary Budget Office is incorrect?
Well, what I'm saying is that the numbers are derived from different sources, different data sources, which sometimes give somewhat different results.
Okay.
You still have plenty of time, but what, then your number is what figure, Andrew?
It's just over $6 billion, I believe.
Okay.
So, more time. This is my first time asking a question.
You know, you can, if somebody else wants, you still have about 3 minutes left, Marty.
You have more, you can go. No.
Or Pierre
well,
can
I'll
take
pass
it.
those are my questions. I'm sure we'll be circling back to that question, but I'll
Not a
pass
problem.
it to,
So, Mr. Polyev, the rest of them. What was the exact number, Andrew? So we have it. Yeah.
department's number was 6 in 2024.
Okay.
So I have 6 billion, 210 million.
Thank you, Marty. Mr. Polyev.
Yeah.
And were there any other factors that explain the difference other than the differing data methodology and the addition of the spousal and dependents amount?
As I understand it, the Parliamentary Budget Officer also included a behavioural response, which had a very small, proportionately very small, I think it was something in the region of $20 million over $6 billion. It was the difference.
Was there anything else, though, in terms of economic data? Was there an update on the economic data environment when you published the most recent numbers?
I don't believe so. I think when you look at the assumptions around the CPI, because the basic personal amount prior to the change and in the future will be indexed for inflation.
Right.
So I believe there's a slight difference there, but not material.
And on what date are intergovernmental transfers generally made? That is to say, from federal government to provincial governments for things like the Canada Social Transfer, the Equalization, Canada Health Transfer. Is there a date in the fiscal year or a series of dates on which these transfers occur, where money actually transacts from one account to another?
I'm sure there is, but I don't have that information.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I could invite another official from the department. Yeah.
Ms. McDonald, floor is yours.
Thank you. So generally, the numbers are made public in December of every year of what the estimates are for the payments for the next fiscal year. And then payments are made on a monthly basis. We monthly transfer dollars into the accounts of the provinces and territories based on the payments that are set out in the December forecasts.
At the end of every month or at the beginning of every?
That's a detail that I would need to check.
Okay, if you don't mind getting back to me on that. And then finally, I have a question regarding the deficit. It is going to increase the debt to GDP ratio slightly this year. Is it the continued commitment of this government to reduce the debt to GDP ratio in every year thereafter?
Fact check on the first thing. You're right. It's to rise slightly between the 18-19 fiscal year to the 19-20 fiscal year, and I can only restate what was in the government's platform, which was their commitment to reduce that debt GDP ratio in each and every year. I think is what they said. But
I'm now asking not about the platform, but about the government's commitment. Is the commitment of the government of Canada to reduce the debt to GDP ratio every year from now until the end of the planning period?
You'd have to pose that to the associate minister when I think they're scheduled to appear before the committee on Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken. But as you know, as published in the fall outlook or in the update that was printed in December, that trajectory does decline in each and every year.
Okay, Katrakis. 6
Merci.
minutes, Annie.
Yep. Merci à tous d'être venus témoigner devant le comité cet après-midi.
Thank you all very much for coming before the committee. Could you briefly give us an update on the economy overall, particularly in regards to employment and unemployment figures?
Yes, I'd be happy just to give you a general narrative of the economy. I think more broadly speaking, just starting with kind of the global economic perspective. 2019 was a little bit of a rough year. It was the slowest growth clip in the global economy since 10 years ago, since the end of the great financial crisis. And that was coming off some highs in 2017 and 2018. So there was a deceleration in the global economy. Some of that was just cyclical. There was a lot of stimulus in the global economy in 2017 and 2018, things that we know, like the Trump tax cuts and a lot of monetary easing that took place over that time. That faded, and so 2019 was a slowing year. Obviously, some of that weakness spilled over into the Canadian economy. So growth in Canada for 2019 is expected to come in, probably just below 2%. So compared to 2017 and 2018, there was a deceleration in growth. That being said, employment held up quite tremendously. There was job creation in 2019 was very, very strong, averaging in and around 40,000 jobs per month. Wage growth did pick up to north of 3%, so that was a good and encouraging sign. The composition of job growth was pretty good, concentrated in the private sector and pretty broad-based across various sectors. That being said, looking forward into 2019, I think, and looking forward more specifically into the fourth quarter of 2019, which we expect results at the end of February, there was some choppiness at the end of the 2019 year, and I think some of that weakness will probably spill over into 2020. Again, some of it was cyclical, so things like CN rail strikes and GM strikes and some intermittent shutdowns along the energy production cycle. But overall, unemployment and the labor market is pretty strong. So low levels of unemployment, like I said, wage growth picking up, and that's encouraging. So looking forward into 2020, I think probably growth, in and around Canada's potential, that is kind of dictated by, productivity and labor supply. And so probably in and around that 2% mark. And that's kind of a consensus view across most economists around the country. Some risks, obviously, are things like we're experiencing now, which is the coronavirus and the containment of that shock and how that's expected to spill over into the global economy and into Canada. Geopolitical risks seem to be fading a bit. We're very encouraged, obviously, with the signing of the most recent trade deal between the U.S. and China, and kind of the dissipating effects from the uncertainty surrounding Brexit and some of those EU uncertainties. So overall, I think steady as she goes, and we'll see how we play out over the next couple months.
Merci beaucoup pour votre réponse. Est-ce que
Thank you for that answer. Could you give us some more detail on the tax reductions for the middle class? Perhaps how many people will be benefiting and what the average per household savings might be?
In December, the government announced an increase, a phased-in increase in the basic personal amount, as we mentioned earlier, and the equivalent amounts for spouses and eligible dependents. That will increase steadily to $15,000, up from Canadians will see a reduction in tax. Those that won't are essentially the design of the increase in the credit is effectively reduced between the fourth and fifth tax brackets, which means that once you get to the threshold of the fifth bracket, there's no increase there. So that would result in about 1.1 million Canadians no longer paying tax.
And I have only one more question, Mr. Chair. How does our middle class tax cut stand up to other G7 countries? And how does Canada rank with regards to the tax burden, and what trends do we see?
Well, thank you for the question. It's somewhat challenging to compare. There are a number of ways of comparing the tax burden overall. For example, as you can look at the percentage of a GDP that tax revenues represent. Canada's is about 32.6% of GDP. That's total taxes, federal and provincial. France is at 46. The US is somewhat lower at 25. So you can look at the overall kind of burden there. The OECD has a measure based on the average industrial worker, and that's another measure of you can look at, or multiples of that, and so on, and families with children. I think when you look at, for example, families with children, it's really quite low, given once you add in refundable credits such as the Canada Child Benefit. I don't have the actual statistics, but I'd happily provide those to the committee.
Okay, thank you. Then turning to Mr. St. Marie for 6 minutes, and then Mr. Julian.
Oui, bonjour Madame, Messieurs, merci de votre présence.
Good afternoon, gentlemen, ladies. I have a few questions. First of all, I'd like to deal with the mandate letter that for the Minister of Finance. In what manner will the department fulfill the obligations of the mandate letter? So first of all, tax avoidance rather, and trying to catch the various losses or whatever is being hidden in tax havens. The Prime Minister has asked the Finance Minister to modify these regulations as quickly as possible so that the major corporations cannot avoid taxes and find measures to make sure that they do pay. These corporations will be able to reduce their debts whereby artificially reducing their tax liabilities. What is your knowledge on the various tools available to the Department of Finance? How many corporations are taking advantage of these mechanisms? What does this represent per year as to unpaid taxes? Well, thank you for that question.
Underlining the work that we do multilaterally with the OECD. For a number of years now, the OECD has been engaged in an exercise about base erosion and profit shifting, and that exercise laid out certain kind of mandatory approaches, certain common approaches, and so on. So we have been working very closely with the OECD, and successive budgets have introduced measures aimed at implementing those recommendations. The Common Remote Reporting Standard is one that's now actually in place, and that allows countries to get a common view, like a full view of the operations of multinationals and how they're reporting revenues from and allocating income from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. The multilateral instrument, which was passed, I believe, last year, and is a way of kind of automatically updating the network of tax treaties. So, for example, we have over 90 tax treaties, I believe, around the world, and those update each of those tax treaties to deal with issues such as treaty shopping, which is an approach that corporations could use to obtain inappropriately the benefits of tax treaties to which they're not entitled. So that being said, it's work that continues. There are other areas that were dealt with in the BEPS approach that require looking at issues such as how hybrid mismatches are dealt with, which are strategies to leverage differences in tax systems, and so on. So I think those are the kind of areas that are referred to in the Minister's mandate letter.
OK, merci. Est-ce que vous avez plus précisément une...
Thank you, but do have a more specific evaluation of that. When corporations can reduce their debts rather artificially to reduce tax payable, how many corporations are using this strategy? Shell Canada, for example, is using it to artificially reverse or shift profits to the Bahamas, for example. Can you tell us how many corporations or how much amount?
On particular taxpayers. But generally, I think I'd begin by saying, firstly, there's nothing in principle wrong with deducting interest. That's all part of the calculation of income. Where that becomes a challenge is where debt is allocated between jurisdictions and it reduces the tax base of a particular of a jurisdiction at the expense of another, and so on. And that's the thing that we of course we look at very carefully in terms of, along with other measures in successive budgets, we bring forward proposals to protect the Canadian tax base. So while I'm not responding directly to your question about specific corporations, I can assure you that we examine and analyze the corporate tax base very carefully to make sure
merci.
that...
Merci. Donc, j'aurais une demande à vous faire.
So I would have a request if you could come back with some analysis, if you can analyze it, how many corporations are using these mechanisms here in Canada. Be as specific as you can. If you don't want to mention any specific corporations, but give us a number of corporations. We understand that it's fully legal and under current conditions, but the Minister of Finance have been asked to try to modify that. And how much do you think that we might recuperate to the Canadian tax base? How much time have I have left? Great. Another element, the Prime Minister has asked the department to reduce but 10%, increase taxes, 10% luxury tax on cars and boats. Did you evaluate, or can you predict how much might be garnered from this tax?
In a position to comment on proposals, particularly prior to a budget, but I would say that we're of course in train of working on the issues that were outlined in the Minister's mandate letter in preparation for providing advice to the government in the context of the budget.
Okay. Bon.
Thank you both, Mr. Julian and then Mr. Cumming.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to our witnesses for their attendance today.
Maria has just asked about the overall erosion of our tax base, because the last time we met as a committee back on June 21st, we had in our hands the PBO report that was fresh off the presses, had come out that very same day, that talks about an erosion in our tax base because of overseas tax havens that they calculated, and the PBO was very clear about this. This is a conservative calculation. They calculated it at $25 billion a year. That's an erosion of our tax base of $25 billion, which when you think of when we think of the crisis in affordable housing, the fact that we don't have in place basic dental care or pharmacare, we look at $25 billion being eroded by our tax base. That is a considerable sum of money that could resolve many of the challenges that so many Canadians face. So Mr. St. Marie asked the question of, have you done an evaluation? And I'll come right back to that. Specifically, does the department have an evaluation of whether that $25 billion figure is conservative, whether the ministry feels that that's excessive, but what are the numbers that the Ministry of Finance have to compare with the amount that was put forward by the Parliamentary Budgetary Officer, who was, of course, working in the interests of all Canadians?
So I can't really comment on the Parliamentary Budgets Office's numbers. I'd have to go back and look at the methodology there. But I will commit to the committee to come back to you with our comments on that report.
Thank you. So I take from that there has been no evaluation done since the PBO report came out in June.
Well, I guess the one thing I would say is that these kind of evaluations are very sensitive to how you measure them, what the baseline is, and what assumptions you use. So on that basis, I don't really want to comment on whether I agree with that assessment or not.
No, I understand. But I just want to be specific on this, that the department has not done an evaluation since the PBO report came out on June 21st.
I think what I'd say is that the department continues to examine the corporate tax system, continues to examine issues on a multilateral basis with the OECD and implement issues to protect the base. We look at specific arrangements that we consider contrary to the policy, and we bring forward in every budget measures to address those. So, for example, in the last budget, there were measures to address the anti-dumping rules, which to reinforce those, to reinforce the transfer pricing rules, which relate to that, and to deal with withholding tax issues around securities lending arrangements, to give some examples. But
okay, thank you for that. As Mr. St. Marie mentioned, if there is any material available through the ministry, I think this would be something that we would all be seized with. I want to go to the Trans Mountain pipeline, as I mentioned and asked the finance minister last spring whether there'd been an updated construction evaluation of the updated construction cost. And as I'm sure you're well aware, the shippers' contracts are dependent on that update, which hasn't been updated for years, and construction costs are escalating in British Columbia. Since that time, since the spring, has the Ministry of Finance done an evaluation of what the updated construction cost would be for that pipeline?
Thank you. So I can take that question. The responsibility for costing the project rests with the Trans Mountain Corporation, so the company that owns the underlying asset and is responsible for the project. It's the board of directors' ultimate responsibility to undertake that costing exercise, rather than the Department of Finance, just to be clear about kind of what our role is versus theirs. At this time, the board of directors has not approved and released an updated cost estimate. So if you were looking at something that I believe it was 7.4, or I think that was the last number that was put into the public realm. I'm sure as members can appreciate, it has been a really uncertain period of time for the project in terms of the regulatory uncertainty, the legal challenges, etc. And the board of directors has to take into account kind of the actual costs of where the pipeline will run and the details of construction, amid a climate that has been quite unpredictable. So, I mean, we are hopeful of receiving updated costing, but at this time there isn't a number available that I can share.
And the Ministry of Finance has not been involved in any way in updating those costs, which are now estimated to be twice as much as what was originally projected a few years ago.
Yeah, so this is a responsibility that rests with the Crown Corporation rather than the Finance Department.
Okay, thank you. Final question. Wanted to go to the Hoskins report and the recommendation around universal public pharmacare. Has the Ministry of Finance done any costing or evaluation of how best to approach financially putting in place universal public pharmacare in Canada?
Mr. Chair, I'll invite my colleague Susie McDonald back to the table.
Stay at the table, Ms. McDonald. I was going to tell you that before
Grab
you
yourself
took
a
off
glass of
when I
water.
wasn't looking.
Settle in.
With great pleasure, thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. McDonald.
So on the question of universal pharmacare, that work remains ongoing within the Department of Health and the Department of Finance. The question, I think, was specifically about whether or not costing on universal pharmacare itself has taken place. Is that correct?
Whether the Ministry of Finance has done an evaluation as to how to implement and put into place universal public pharmacare on the basis of the Hoskins report.
So that work is ongoing in terms of discussions with provinces and territories around what pharmacare would look like and what that could look like moving forward.
Leave it at that. Then turning to 5-minute rounds, Mr. Cumming, and then back over to Mr. McLeod. Mr. Cumming.
Thank you. Thank you for appearing today. One of the key principles it looks like around this budget is this concept of strengthening the middle class. From the purposes of the department, what is the definition? What are you working towards? What, is it through a tax bracket? Is it changed by areas of the country? So how can you craft a budget under what kind of definition?
Well, firstly, I know the Associate Minister has a thing or two to say about definition of middle class, and I'm sure you'll have that discussion with the Associate Minister on Wednesday. From purely just a bean counter and statistical perspective, though, I can honestly say there is no common definition of middle class from a statistical perspective. I mean, it takes any definition, attempted definition, would have to take into a range of considerations. Family size, family composition, like i.e. how many children you have, geography, where you live. So just in that context, just with those three variables, there's a range of definitions around what is the middle class that can range from, some peripheral around the median income. By extension, when defining income, is that before tax or after tax income? So, you talk about a peripheral within 50% or 150% of the median income. And then adjusting for family size. So this concept of adjusting for a per adult equivalent. So on a per adult basis, is it 20K to 85K? Is that after tax or before tax, which then changes those metrics? So it's not to try and escape the question by any stretch, but it just kind of trying to emphasize that there are just general variables in play when trying to attach a statistical definition to what is the middle class. So,
but the difficulty with that would be if it's a key pillar and you can't clearly define it, I can't understand how you can craft a budget on the basis of that's one of the key outcomes that you're trying to generate. So hopefully we'll get a better response from the Associate Minister. Some concern on tax structure. You had mentioned in your opening remarks related to the U.S. on more aggressive tax structure. Is there any concern in crafting this budget about reduction in revenue from potential corporate revenue, given that the U.S. has been quite aggressive on their tax strategy? And in Canada, we've actually been increasing input taxes to corporations, particularly to small businesses, related to carbon tax, increase in CPP, UI, affecting their ability to compete. Is that a concern in the department that there could be a potential in revenue reduction in corporate revenue?
I think this is an issue we continually look at in terms of competitiveness. In 2017, as I'm sure you're aware, the United States introduced quite a comprehensive tax reform, and the department spent a fair degree of time analyzing that, and continues to do so, in fact, because some of the details of that are still coming out, and it's a dynamic environment, and I think you need to continue to look at it. In the fall economic update of 2018, the government announced measures in response to that. Essentially, the accelerated investment incentive, and that was focused on a particular, focused on a number of things, but focused on a concept, the marginal effective tax rate, which is essentially a measure we use, not the only measure, but one measure, to essentially look at the relative competitiveness of tax systems. So essentially, that measures the total tax burden on an investment producing a normal rate of return, and takes into account that the entire picture of taxes. So it takes into account the sales tax burden, the income tax burden, and so on. And it's a useful measure because it gives you one perspective on that, and that those measures allowed us to bring our marginal effective tax rate down a number of percentage points below the US and to the lowest rate in the G7. I think that's one measure. I think it's important to look at a number of measures, but it's an area we continue to be focused on in terms of the overall competitiveness of the tax system, being one element, an important element, but not the only element in terms of assessing the competitiveness of the overall economy.
Has the department taken the opportunity to study the impact of those increased input taxes, particularly with the carbon tax and the increase in CPP and UI, and particularly in the small business sector, on their ability to compete and the revenues generated? Is there a specific study that's been done on that?
I'm not aware of a specific study, but a large part of our work is looking at those factors. It's not as if we just do one study. We look at the impacts of all of those factors to try and understand what the impacts of those are on overall competitiveness. I think you mentioned a couple of things there in terms of carbon pricing, and the carbon pricing system is designed in a way that essentially addresses some competitiveness issues for those sectors who are large emitters and trade exposed. In the small business sector, we have, in comparative terms, a very low small business rate, in fact the lowest in the G7. But those are just two factors in a range of factors, I think, a couple of which you mentioned. So I think we continue to look at the implications of all of those for competitiveness.
Okay, Mr. McLeod, and then Mr. Cooper. Mr. McLeod. Thank
you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the presenters today for coming and presenting. Although your presentation is a little bit skimpy, I was hoping to hear more on some of the work you've done in the pre-budget consultations, and especially what you heard from the North, because I wanted to raise an issue that is affecting the North, and it's the fiscal pressures that the territories are facing. We have a small tax base, high cost of construction and service, and we have a set borrowing limit. That borrowing limit is set by this government, and it's currently set at $1.3 billion. And we seem to be, the government in the Northwest Territories seems to be always right at the debt limit, and it struggles to get projects done. So I wanted to ask if the government of Canada is open to exploring options to assist the government of the Northwest Territories in addressing some of the challenges, such as increasing their borrowing limit or allowing for greater flexibility in cost sharing on projects and infrastructure and other things.
Thank you.
For you.
So we've certainly heard from the North some of their concerns around the pressures that they're facing, and we've had a number of conversations with regard to borrowing limits specifically, not only with the Northwest Territories, but with some of the other territories as well. Those conversations are ongoing, and it would be premature to talk about what a final outcome of those might be. I think your second question was about infrastructure, and that maybe my colleague Evelyn would be able to speak to.
I think first and foremost, within the public service, we're very mindful of the particular challenges in relation to economic development, which is the area that I'm here to represent from finance in the north. And so in respect of infrastructure, I'm sure you know already about this programming, but I'll mention that of the $2.4 billion National Trade Corridors Fund, there's $800 million that has been identified for projects in the north. It's a fairly large allocation on a per capita basis, but it's in recognition of the sometimes transformative nature that infrastructure investments can make in the north.
Well, the definition of large is depending which side of the fence you're on. I guess if $800 million doesn't go very far when you split it through 3 territories and some of the provinces. We have roads that are over $2 billion just for one road. And I should remind the government that the government of Canada is still responsible for building roads in the Northwest Territories. They still hold that responsibility. And when we're talking about how the country's doing, and the national indicators are showing that the country's doing well, things are going pretty good. There is some areas of concern, which includes the Northwest Territories. Our economy has not been keeping up with what's going on in the rest of Canada. We're growing at a slower pace, and we are getting to a point where the backbone of our economy is going to be disappearing pretty soon. The diamond mines are all past their peak production points, and we really don't have any other industry ready to offset their decline. Can you speak to what efforts the government of Canada are taking to support regional economies like ours to grow and to diversify?
Sure. Yeah, that's a discussion that could take hours, but I think what I'll do to use the time efficiently is note the government's recent Arctic and Northern Policy Framework, which includes, it includes measures and opportunities and targets across a range of policy areas, including economic development, but not only economic development. That very much is a work in progress in terms of putting the framework into implementation in partnership with other levels of government, Indigenous communities, non-governmental organizations, private sector in the North. And so it's like I don't have kind of a single answer to that type of question, but what I can offer is there's an enormous amount of collaboration and partnership trying to marshal resources to where they can hopefully have the greatest impact in the North from an economic development and also from other perspectives. So if it's helpful, I'm happy to follow up with background on that framework.
Supplementary there, Michael?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
From one Michael to another then, Mr. Cooper. You're on. Sorry.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the departmental officials for appearing today. In EFU 2019, it was confirmed that the government would be undertaking a comprehensive review of government spending with the goal of resulting in $1.5 billion in savings by 2021. Could you provide an update on the status of that review?
Yes, on the spending side, we're to be quite honest, we're still working through those details of that process and the review framework with the government, with anticipation of providing more details on how that will be undertaken in the upcoming budget.
So it's still very much a work in progress.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and in that regard, or consistent with that, no details have been published regarding the criteria for the assessment of programs. So would you be able to provide any insights in terms of the policies or operational actions the government is considering in order to see that $1.5 billion in savings by 2021?
I don't want to speculate, and I certainly don't want to mislead you. In terms of the overall program spending based on government, which is north of 350 billion, we're working through the government in terms of what would be the review base and how to go about that review. And those are the kind of details we're just discussing with the government right now, with the hopes of coming back to Canadians and this committee with more details in that regard.
Thank you for that. Now, switching gears a little bit to an issue that is near and dear to the constituents that I represent in St. Albert, Edmonton, is the energy sector and the competitiveness gap that exists that has resulted in significant flow of investment from the sector. Certainly, the sector was impacted by the 2017 U.S. tax changes. And in response to that, the government did move forward with an accelerated capital cost allowance, but it's temporary. It's going to be phased out. I would submit that consistent with ensuring and maintaining competitiveness, that it would make sense to make that permanent in light of especially the U.S. situation. So would you be able to provide any insight on any work that is being done around that or any considerations?
Perhaps I might respond to that.
Yes.
You will appreciate that I can't really comment on what actions the government might take.
Right.
But as I mentioned earlier, that was an important measure in 2018 to reduce the marginal effective, to effectively reduce the cost of investment through allowing for faster write-offs. I think, as you say, those measures were put in place, I think, till 23-24, if my memory serves me correctly, for a 5-year period. I guess that's where we stand now. I can't really comment on, matters of policy, which are issues for ministers.
Thank you. That's okay.
All right, Ms. Zerwitz.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and I want to say thanks to the department for being here today. In my riding of Davenport, which is downtown West Toronto, climate change was one of the top 2 issues that I heard during the recent campaign. And one of the key things that they have asked our national government is to see whether or not we could move faster on eliminating fossil fuel subsidies. So I want to know how far along are we on eliminating fossil fuel subsidies, and can we go faster?
Perhaps I could begin by categorizing them. I see the world being the tax policy guy as tax and everything else. So I focus on tax all the time, which makes me pretty boring. But there you go. So maybe I'll speak to the tax component of that. Back in I think 2007, the G20 committed to essentially rationalize inefficient fossil fuel subsidies over the medium term, and I guess in more recent years, I think in the last 2 or 3 years, that's been crystallized by some countries, including Canada, to mean 2025.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm just assuming inefficient subsidies are those that promote sort of emissions, GHG emissions.
There's a whole debate about what inefficiency means, and essentially, I could go through a whole range of criteria.
We don't have time, unfortunately.
So we from a tax perspective, we essentially, well, every year we publish a report on federal tax expenditures, and we table it in Parliament, and it's about 300 pages long, and it identifies every deviation from a benchmark tax system, a benchmark tax system being the most basic tax system. So in a way, you can say any tax expenditure is in essence a subsidy in one way or another. So we have a pretty good handle, and we identify in that report which ones relate to the fossil fuel sector. And when you look back over the past decade or so, at one point you could say, looking at the measures that have been eliminated, phased out, or in the course of being phased out. About eight significant measures are in that category. And then when you look at what else relates to the fossil fuels industry, there's very little left. There is essentially one measure that we identify in there that relates both the mining sector and the fossil fuel sector.
So because I'm running out of time, I'm really sorry, just because I do have two other questions. Is it that we're 80% of the way there, 90% of the way there?
I think,
what's your best guess?
I think from the measures in the tax system, we've made very, very significant progress, and there's very little left.
There's very little left.
That is effectively.
So I can go back to Davenport and say that we have largely eliminated fossil fuel subsidies.
I think that's a fair in the tax system, which I'm speaking to.
Okay, thank you very much. My second question is, and this is again another thing that's a topic within my writing, is whether or not we have started making budget decisions based on impact on climate change. So, our budget decisions moving us towards moving Canada to being more sustainable and achieving our Paris Accord targets. Is that something we're systemically doing yet?
I think, from a departmental perspective, we analyze every budget proposal through a strategic environmental assessment, which includes those considerations.
Okay. Yeah. Well, thank you. That's good news. That's good to know. I know that they'll be very happy to hear that. The last question I have is just based on a comment that one of my colleagues across the way mentioned, where it was said that we have to clearly define middle class before we're able to actually create policies that would positively impact the middle class in Canada. And yet I note that we have introduced a tax cut that you have earlier indicated that if we should pass it, would actually benefit over 20 million Canadians, which is the broad swath of Canadians, and also eliminate taxes for 1 million of them. And so my question to you is, do we need to clearly define middle class in order for us to be able to actually create policies that broadly benefit Canadians?
I guess building on what my colleague Mr. Leswick said earlier, given the challenges in clearly defining the middle class, you wouldn't want to wait until you had that definition before you.
And we obviously haven't. Yes, thank you.
Okay, turning to we're going to 2.5-minute rounds for the next two questioners, Mr. St. Marie, then Mr. Julian.
J'aurais une question assez technique.
I have a rather technical question for you. The House had decided to compensate milk farmers for the changes in the commercial agreements between Canada and Europe and the Trans-Pacific Agreement as well. And this was in the last budget, in the spring budget. But the credits of this compensation aren't found in the last spring's budget legislation. So I'm wondering from what credits these compensations are taken, and can you give us an approximate figure for them?
Merci pour la question.
Thank you for the question.
Already the government has announced a total of $2.5 billion in compensation for supply managed farmers and processors, with $2.4 billion being allocated to farmers. To date, payment for the current fiscal year is what has been announced. So I have the number here. I can be more precise if I flip my pages, but I think it was $345 million. I can check my notes if that's not right. The remaining compensation that, obviously the funding has been announced for that. And my suggestion would be in terms of following the government steps on this, to raise that question with the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. So I'd refer you to Minister Bipo.
Donc, vous n'êtes pas en mesure.
So you're not in a position, if I understand you correctly, to tell me the approximate date when the first check will be cut. First question. And second, via what credit, what budget element this will come. So it will be up to the minister and deputy minister answers, right? Yes, this is an issue which is not a Department of Finance issue, so I don't have any responses for you. Thank you. My colleague, Ms. Zervich, asked you whether you take into account climate change when you prepare budgets, and I believe that you said yes. I would like to know whether your analysis in this regard can go public.
Ms. McDonald. Oh.
That's right. Yeah.
Go ahead, Andrew. Yeah.
So we were required to carry out those strategic environmental assessments, but those form part of the overall advice that we provide to the government in the context of budget making, and as usual, we do not release the advice.
OK. Et ces analyses-là ne peuvent pas non plus être présentées devant le comité.
And these analyses can't be presented here before the Finance Committee either, if I got that right?
Those are kind of confidential documents.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Julian. 2.5 minutes goes fast.
Merci beaucoup. Well, they do exist. That's interesting. Thank you for that. I want to come back to TMX and the escalating construction costs, which of course put in peril the financial viability, regardless of whether we're for or against. The financial viability of the projects impacted by this. And as I understand from my last questions, there has been no consultation with the Finance Ministry at all in terms of the impacts on public funds of a revised construction cost schedule that is twice what was originally put into place. The Finance Ministry has not been consulted and has not been asked to undertake any sort of study on this.
I mean, what I can offer is, the government as the owner of this project has indicated that it stands ready to see the project through to construction. And so the costs would be something that the government has kind of put itself behind in terms of being willing to support through the appropriate instruments to appropriate and obtain the cash that's required for the project. Just to kind of put a point of emphasis, there really is an emphasis on commercial decision making in respect of that project, which is why these business details are within the purview of the Crown Corporation. And when there is a costing that is ready to be actioned, when there are calls for cash to be made upon the shareholder or to be made upon the government would seek to obtain the funds necessary for construction.
Okay, well, that comes to my next question, which is, of course, the actual purchase of TMX, which was evaluated by the Parliamentary Budgetary Officer as $1 billion more than should have been paid even at market value. So in this case, as I understand it, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but the government basically decides to throw massive amounts of money at this, but the Finance Ministry is not consulted, wasn't consulted on the inflated purchase price of over $1 billion over the value, and hasn't been consulted on what the impacts financially will be with a construction costs that are twice what was originally foreseen, and of course would require significant amounts of public funds. Finance Ministry has not been involved in any way on that, just responds to the government saying, we want to spend this money.
What I'm trying to put an emphasis on really is the division of labor, and that this kind of delineation between who is responsible for what is what protects and preserves the commercial decision-making in respect of the project. And so, I mean, it is the case that the Department of Finance, it's within our Minister of Finance's portfolio where you find these Crown corporations, and there is a responsible and accountable flow of information in respect of the activities of Crowns in the minister's purview, but decision-making in respect of the project rests with the Crown Corporation, and the information that it seems you're interested in terms of costs is something to be provided and approved by the Board of Directors.
Enter there, Peter, and coming to Mr. Poilievre, but just on that question, though, because I think it is hanging in the air. the Crown Corporation looking after TMX or Trans Mountain Pipeline certainly can't spend at their leisure and bill the government of Canada. There must be some rules around keeping the spending in line. Is there not?
Yep. The Crown corporations in any Minister of Government's portfolio, they are responsible to provide corporate plans, and there are, as I mentioned, kind of in passing around accountabilities, the overall planned activities and the cash or the capital requirements of Crowns, they run through an appropriate government decision making that respects the commercial orientation of the Crowns. And so when there is a requirement for cash, for example, that can only be a request put forward to the government. It's not something that the entities may do on their own. That's something that moves appropriately through government and parliament if there's an appropriation.
Okay, thank you. Turning to back to 5-minute rounds, Mr. Poilievre first, and then Mr. Fraser.
Does that appropriation come through EDC or BDC, or what agency of government transfers the appropriation to the Crown Corporation?
So there are different instruments for different Crown corporations, but if we're talking about the Trans Mountain Corporation, which I think we are,
yeah.
So to date, the financing has been undertaken on the Canada account, and the Canada account involves a statutory appropriation versus a voted appropriation. I think it would be premature for me to comment on kind of going forward how would future costs related to the projects be financed, but that's been
statutory appropriation means that there's a law in place authorizing the expenditure as distinct from the use of the estimates in order to authorize expenditures. So is this in some legislation, the amount available to the corporation? Which statutory authority are you using for this purpose?
The Canada account is a construct that exists through the legislation. The Act is the Export Development Act.
Oh, so it is through EDC then?
It does create, the statutory appropriation.
So it's
on EDC's website, there's a disclosure about the transactions that have been undertaken on the
see.
Canada
So
account.
then it's not a parliamentary, it's not as though every major transfer is approved by Parliament. There's just a statutory amount available to EDC, and then EDC is using that authority to transfer the money to the Crown in this case, to the Crown Corporation. Do I have that right?
From a historical perspective, that's how it's proceeded to date. And there would be a number of other types of transfers that are statutory, and one of the statutory instruments that exists
So who has to make the decision? So, if, for example, if the project does become more expensive than foreseen, then who would give authorization for an increased authorization? Like who would say yes, you can have more than we thought you originally were going to require? The Treasury Board or?
They'll get the at the switchboard here, Miss Nancy. They'll get the button. There we go.
And first and foremost, the government makes its decisions around the allocation of funding and resources, typically through a budget process, not always through a budget process. And so that's a conversation between the Minister of Finance and Prime Minister and Cabinet. I think there's a difference between the commitment to making funding available and the means through which the cash is appropriated or obtained.
Right.
And so, I think you get into different permutations. So I'd be speculating kind of on how the future.
No, I'm just trying
discussions
to ascertain what would be in place to stop an overrun, for example, or to prevent an excess amount going to a project like this. It's not a normal, for example, infrastructure project where a municipality would submit an invoice and the federal government would fulfill that invoice up to a set limit. It is an amount that's flowed through EDC to yet another body. So I'm just wondering what disciplines are in place to prevent cost overruns.
It's on.
Okay.
You're good.
Thank you. So the entity does not have the ability simply to flow its costs through for payment by the government.
Right.
I had mentioned, for example, that the corporate plans must be approved. And I probably didn't say they go through a process that involves approval by the Treasury Board. Corporate plans tend to include you would have seen corporate plan summaries, I'm sure, tabled recently in Parliament as well, of various entities, but tend to include the planned activities and the cash requirements for an upcoming year. But in behind that, there is the diligence of whoever is the lead department. In this case, the lead department is the Department of Finance, as well as the diligence of the other central agencies on those corporate plans. And so in terms of a planning document, there's oversight in that way. There are also, it sounds like you may have an interest in the Canada account. And so within the legislation, there is a limitation. There's an upper threshold on that. As well. That's not an area I'm responsible for, so I don't have the background on that, but we could follow up if you're interested in that instrument.
Hey, good time for a very quick one, Mr. Polyev. Quick for you.
All right. So do we have, what estimates do we have for the final cost, the final construction cost of the Trans Mountain Pipeline at this point?
The estimate that has been released publicly by the board it's quite old at this point, but it's the $7.4 billion that I'm sure you would have seen.
Right, and that so we're still operating on that old number, and that was the number I remember hearing at the outset. Is it? Do you have any idea if that number is going to change?
It's on.
Thank you. Well, projects of this nature that have encountered significant uncertainties and delays on an already very large infrastructure project, like my experience in seeing infrastructure projects is the costs tend to go up over time. I wouldn't be surprised, if that's the direction based on the delays and so on. But we really do stand ready to receive the views of the Board of Directors of Trans Mountain Corporation in respect of what their more detailed costing suggests is necessary for the project.
Okay,
thanks.
Thank you. We'll go to Mr. Fraser for 5 minutes. We don't have anybody else on my list after Mr. Fraser, so if others want in, we can go. The department has agreed to be here till 5:30. We don't have to go that long because we've got 3 hours tonight. We probably should take a break and have a bite to eat sometime between 5:15 and 5:30. So, Mr. Fraser, and then you can show of hands who wants next.
Excellent. Thanks very much to each of you for being here. I think just given the nature of the exercise, we're undertaking a pre-budget consultation. It might help to frame the notion of sort of where we stand in terms of our fiscal position right now. There's a few comments at the outset of the meeting around our debt to GDP ratio. Do you mind just sharing on the record what our debt to GDP ratio actually is as of the most recent date you have the data for?
As published last December, our federal debt GDP ratio is 30.9%. I guess that's our forecasted debt GDP ratio for the conclusion of this 2019-2020 fiscal year.
And how does that compare to 2015?
I don't know the number off the top of my head.
Okay. Do you have a rough sense of where it was a few years ago? I'm sure.
Listen, I pride myself on being a numbers guy, so I don't want to throw out.
No, it's fine.
I don't know it.
Yeah, we can dig it out on the back end. I think what I'm getting at, I think, is one of the bullet points in the minister's mandate letter was to preserve fiscal firepower in the event of a downturn and continue to make investments that are essentially going to help people. It was phrased perhaps more eloquently than that. In your view, given we've got a AAA credit rating, and I think it's only Germany within the G7 that shares that status, do we have room today, in your view, to respond should a downturn come on the radar in the near term?
Well, again, we work with credit rating agencies to review our debt dynamics, and we don't just talk about our own debt dynamics, but the debt loads that provincial governments are facing. I think everyone around the room knows that provinces are probably most likely to face the most acute pressures over the coming generation, just facing the costs of aging populations and those pressures. I think it should be stated that our debt loads are pretty good when compared to other advanced economies. Like we have a significantly lower debt GDP ratio than than other comparators in the G7, so that bodes well. Likewise, we have well-funded, social security schemes like things like the CPP and the QPP. Looking forward to the next recession. That's a tough one to call. Every recession's different, and they have their own character, and where those pressures and those impacts will be most felt. I guess the next recession is going to be a lot different than the last one. Sure. We'll have a lot less monetary policy room.
And none of the economists advising the minister today are actually projecting we're going to be there in the near future, though. Is that correct?
No, there's no recession doomsdayers out there right now, but I just think, it's very cyclical depending on,
Sure.
What's going on and that day or that week or what the yield curve or labor market report's telling us. So we're always prepared for what could be an economic shock on the horizon.
Sure. On the another item in the minister's mandate letter, I'll pick up when you mentioned the CPP specifically was I think to complete the enhancement of the CPP. Can you tell us where that initiative is at as of today?
Susie, do you want to provide an update?
Yeah. So two separate things in the mandate letter on the CPP. I think you're asking about the enhancement itself.
Yes, as opposed to the survivor's benefit.
Yeah. So the enhancement is well underway. Those payments have started to be made, but those contributions have started to be made, and there's a phased-in approach to it, as I'm sure you're well aware. There were some additional regulatory pieces that needed to happen in order to ensure the long-term sustainability of the CPP regulations moving forward, and we continue to work with provinces and territories to make sure that we're able to bring those particular pieces into force. But the enhancement has begun and is rolling forward.
Has anyone actually quantified the risk in economic terms before of where we would have been at had the CPP enhancement not been put in place?
Meaning the risk to?
You mentioned in response to sort of our ability to respond to a potential downturn, having social safety nets in place. That's sort of what triggered the question.
So I think the thought behind the CPP enhancement was really that we needed to change the way that we do the CPP program moving forward, ensuring that we're not using a pay-as-you-go program anymore and that we have a fully funded model that ensures that Canadians are able to have more money in their pockets as they move forward.
I've got like 20 seconds left, and I would love to squeeze in one more question.
I'll stop there.
Okay, one of the witnesses mentioned with the accelerated capital cost allowance changes that were made in 2018, we have a marginal tax advantage of a few percentage points on the United States. I'm curious with the, again, mandate letter commitment of the 50% cut for zero emissions technologies, where we think that would position Canada in the global marketplace in terms of anyone trying to get into the business of manufacturing zero emissions technology.
I think I'm not sure I have a numerical, because it's clearly, as I mentioned earlier, we're kind of working on the issues laid out in the minister's mandate letter and analysing them. But whenever you change the tax parameters, you affect the marginal effective tax rate. So logic would tell you that if you're reducing the statutory rate, then that would go further down. Just how much, I guess I don't have to hand, but sure. Of course it would have a positive impact. Yeah.
Relative to other manufacturing countries.
Clearly, as we work through the approach, we'll look at other countries that are in that business. Countries like Sweden and others are leaders in that industry, and I think that's one of the areas that we will analyze as we work through the proposal.
Okay, I'm significantly past my time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. I have Mr. Cumming first, then Ms. Zerowitz, then Mr. St. Marie, Mr. Julian, and Mr. Fragiskatis. Mr. Cumming, 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Leswick, you suggested that we're in relatively good shape by percentage of GDP, overall debt levels. And those anchors have always been important, whether it's, retiring debt or following some kind of a metric. Has the department studied, or are you concerned with the rising debt levels, not just within the federal government, but outside the Canada-wide, particularly at provinces and municipalities? The federal government has a role with like infrastructure programs, which there's always matching funds, and what kind of shape are we in as a country when it comes to rising debt levels?
Thank you for the question. So I think, well, from a public sector perspective, I think indeed we are concerned with rising debt levels in the provinces. They've exceeded their previous historical peaks, and that is in the context of what is facing, like I said, acute pressures in their social and health systems over the next generation. So for sure there is some concern there, and we encourage provinces to continue on what be their fiscal consolidations tracks to make sure that those debt levels don't accelerate. But then I think you also probably just kind of suggested overall economy-wide debt, so the household sector and the corporate sector. So I wouldn't say it's like, any sort of alarm bells. I mean, although it is a key risk to the economy, especially in the household sector, and more, I think, from the perspective of, yes, household vulnerabilities, but our ability to smooth consumption in the face of what could be the next economic shock. So obviously, households have more debt. They're probably a little bit more interest rate sensitive and less willing to take on debt. So, instruments like the, Bank of Canada's policy rate is probably a little bit less effective when you look forward to the what could be the next economic shock. And likewise from a corporate sector, I mean, we have a non-financial corporate sector and a financial corporate sector that is increasingly indebted. I don't know that there's necessarily kind of this the optimal steady state level of debt. I mean, that seems to be being redefined every year as we go forward in the global economy. That being said, these corporations are also very interest rate sensitive, so we're very mindful in any sort of backup in rates or, there's some sort of increase in the corporate debt spread and our ability, Canadian corporations' ability to take on more debt or smooth out their consumption patterns and investment patterns. So it's something we're mindful of, but and it's always on kind of our roster of risks, but we try and manage those in balance.
Mr. Moretz, do you want to take the rest of the time there? Go ahead.
Well, sure. I just wanted to ask a couple of other questions. Getting back to the basic personal amount, and I'm looking at the Parliamentary Budget Officer's report. So it gives a breakdown. Have you've seen this report, I presume?
Yes.
Yeah. On, I guess, page 3, it gives a breakdown of what the benefit will be to individual taxpayers in 2023. And in the range of 0 to 15,000, it says $1 and $227,000, and above $11. And then the report says that 21 million individuals will pay less federal income tax as a result of this policy change. Just out of curiosity, and if you don't have this number here, if you could get it to me, how many million Canadians will receive a tax break by 2023 of between $1 and $11?
Well, you anticipated that I won't have that in my head, but I can see if we can find that.
Assuming these numbers are right, your numbers might differ because this is a PBO report. But
I mean, just to give a bit of context to that, I mean, the design of this is it increases essentially the tax threshold. Now, the tax threshold, is noted 15,000 is the basic personal amount. But in reality, many taxpayers, in fact, I would say most taxpayers, their non-tax threshold is higher than that. For example, there's an employment credit, which adds, I think, $1,300 onto that. If you have pension income, you get another $2,000, essentially a non-refundable credit. If you're over 65, you may well get an age credit. So that threshold. The increase in that basic personal amount, given many people in the 15,000 to 51,000 are non-taxable anyway. Yeah. So they would go below the threshold and get the benefit.
Would it be possible to get some sort of analysis of that as it relates to my question, though?
Yes.
Okay. Also, in the PBO report, it says in 2023 what the average change in federal income taxes will be by family type.
Mm-hmm.
And those two categories, so the first one, individuals' net income, and those two, it just gives the number in 2023. And I'm wondering if your department has numbers for each year, starting for 2019, as to what the tax benefit will be, for example, in the first year, second year, third year, and fourth year. if you have that data, I'd like to receive that if possible from you as well.
I can certainly look into that.
Okay, that would be great. Getting back to TMX for 1 second, just for my own clarification, and others may know this already, the $7.4 billion, is that incremental to the acquisition cost? I'd like to have them answer.
Okay, Ms. Nancy, go ahead. It's on.
The 7.4, it was to cover the portion of construction that had already taken place.
So incremental to the acquisition price?
No, the
in addition to the cost of acquisition?
Yes.
Okay. And just one quick more.
To make sure we're clear on that, the cost of acquisition was 4.5. And are you saying there's another 7 on top of that?
The 7.4 is the construction cost.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you for that clarification. Sorry, Mr. Les, if I've just one quick one.
That's okay. You're considerably over time, but we're kind today.
Sorry. Mr. Leswick, I just wanted to circle back to something you said earlier when one of the members' opposite was asking you about the potential of a recession. And you you uttered, and you didn't have a chance to finish your thought, but you uttered the words a lot less monetary policy room. And I'm wondering if you could elaborate on what you meant by that.
Very good. Thank you for the question. Entering the last recession, so the Great Recession in 2009, the Bank of Canada was operating at a monetary policy rate of, I think, 4.75%. So, I mean, they had a lot of room between 4.75% and let's just call it the lower bound at that time being 0%. They had a lot of monetary policy room in order to ease rates, provide monetary policy easing into the economy. So if that was then, and this is now, I mean, our policy rate now is 1.75%. So it gives you a sense of, if the recession were to happen tomorrow, which I'm not predicting it is, but if the recession were to happen tomorrow, I mean, the Bank of Canada would only have so much space to provide monetary policy stimulus. And so when you think of what the toolkit is, then there'd be more burden of stimulus falling on other parts of the toolkit, provincial governments, federal governments, and macroprudential.
Thank you. Thank you. That was a good point. You what, a supplementary?
I wanted to paraphrase in terms of more layman's terms. So in other words, if we had another recession, the government would have less tools at its disposal given current monetary policy than it did in the last Great Recession.
Yes, and I just want to say this isn't a Canada-specific thing. I mean, this is a global phenomenon where, central banks have been easing through conventional and unconventional monetary policy for the last 10 years. And so every kind of central bank has a whole different starting point than it did 10 years ago. So there's a global conversation amongst, smart economists about how this recession is going to just have a different character because likely more of a burden will fall on other tools.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all, Ms. Zerowitz, and then back to Mr. St. Marie.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your patience today and answering all our questions. I know we've been talking quite a bit about the state of our economy today moving forward. I want to talk a little bit about our competitive climate since it's come up a little bit. Can you talk a little bit about the investment climate in Canada today? So foreign direct investment and then business investment in general. If you could just tell me the state of both of those.
I mean, it is kind of a longer storyline, and I think you just look at investment levels in the Canadian economy in let's just say kind of the early 2010s when oil prices were riding near $100 a barrel of oil. There was a lot of capital inflows into the Canadian economy, really concentrated in the energy sector, and bam, there's a global energy price shock, and there was a huge deceleration in energy sector investment. So you're coming off some pretty steep highs there in the early 2010s, and to a point where there was just a massive contraction. So over the last 4 or 5 years or so, it's been a real game to recover those lost investment flows, and it's been very challenging. I think in the energy sector, I think any people that you would invite to this committee that would have a commentary about what's going on in Western Canada would suggest that it's been very difficult to regain those lost flows and just get back to level. In the non-energy sector, there's been a little bit more encouraging momentum. So outside of the energy sector, in particular in services-based economies, service companies in Canada investing in, high tech and that productivity enhancing machinery and equipment. And then, non-energy sectors, so kind of factory sector also, where we've seen encouraging signs of growth over the last couple of years and in the last couple of quarters. That being said, it hasn't been off the charts record growth either. And so anything, governments can do, and, this government has put in place incentives like they did last fall to accelerate capital write-offs, to encourage business investment, encourage foreign direct investment inflows is hugely important. And that's kind of where, that's our advice to the government. I think that's where the government's policy approach is.
Okay. Well, first, thank you very much for the excellent context and reminder about that, because I think it's important and also helpful to know that we've put a number of measures in place that's been helpful. Right now, running through the House of Commons is the updated, we call it CUSMA, or I call it NAFTA 2. I know that we've signed a number of trade agreements, so in addition to what's going through the House right now, what's the importance of those agreements on our competitiveness?
I think, hugely important. Access to these growing, large global marketplaces is huge for Canadian exporters and Canadian exporters across the board. So again, energy sector, non-energy sector, and our services economies, service sectors, I should say. And again, previous governments and this government have made important investments in things that would support Canadian companies getting access, or actually installing in these foreign markets and exporting to these foreign markets through enhancements to trade commissioner services, concierge services, through organizations like Export Development Canada. Anything we can do to help Canadian companies grow and grow their business outside of Canada is good for Canada.
And just remind me, I think that we've opened up, is it about 55, 57 new sort of, I think, I'm trying to remember, offices around the world. I forgot what they're formally called.
Yeah, I can invite my colleague behind me who can give you a whole commentary on things that we've done to support export development. But I mean, I don't know the number there, but yes, I mean, our investments in our trade commissioner services at missions and embassies around the world has been bolstered over the last couple of years.
Okay.
More boots on the ground, selling Canadian companies into these foreign markets.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Thank you.
Mr. St. Marie, and then to Mr. Julian following that.
Oui, merci. Je reviens à la lettre de mandat au ministre. Il y a le point qui stipule achever la mise en œuvre.
I'd like to come back to the mandate letter of the minister, and I'd like to know if the implementation of this new regulatory framework is under the responsibility of your department.
Merci. Je suis Soren Halverson. Je suis.
My name is Mr. Halverson, Associate Deputy Minister for Fiscal Policy. Well, our department is in fact charged with this framework strategy in collaboration with other federal agencies, federal consumer. Thank you. Could you confirm that with the new protective framework, if you will, the Consumers Protection regulations and legislation in Quebec will be left in a whole, given that they're under civil law? Will there be any complications with that, or do you have a vision of integrating it completely?
English. That the interests of provincial partners are very much fundamental to moving through an exercise like this. And so I think the issue you raise will be top of mind in the way that those are developed.
OK, ben, ça me rassure beaucoup. Je vous remercie grandement.
That it reassures me quite a bit, and I thank you very much. Now, on another topic, the government has proposed using employment benefits, perhaps as for use during sick leave or invalidity, disability leave. Does the department think that this will be adequate, or will we have to increase employment insurance benefit contributions? Well, this program is administered with our partners for Social Development Canada. And have we completed the actual calculation to what point there might have to be an increase? These calculations are not yet complete. They're still being discussed and examined while we're doing this budgetary exercise, and we're taking a look at what data we have together with our colleagues at ESDC, but they have the mandate for that. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Julian.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate you answering these questions, and I want to come back to TMX, not just because taxpayers are currently subsidizing it. It's after interest charges, as we're all well aware, it's losing about $150 million a year. So there's some real concern about putting more and more money in to this. And I appreciated the comments around the EDC Canada account. And just going on the disclosure form on the EDC website, they say that the Canada account is for projects where the risks are assumed by the federal government. So we are talking about taxpayers' money here. Looking through the Canada account and on the EDC website, they do have a disclosure, 30 projects. It's about $7.5 billion this century. So if we look at the size and scope of the cost overruns for Trans Mountain, most construction estimates vary now between $15 and $17 billion, much higher than the initial cost of about $7.5 billion. That eclipses in scope all of the Canada account expenditures this century. It would be twice as much. So I'm just wondering, in terms of process, we finally get an updated construction cost, and that means, let's say, $17 billion. It appears that Cabinet just has the ability, unless I'm wrong, to make that call and approve through the Canada account risks assumed by the federal government of that $17 billion. And then, of course, we've got the risk that the updated construction costs allows every single shipper, as economist Robin Allen has pointed out, to pull out of the deal. So it seems to be a bit of a house of cards. And I guess I'm wondering, first off, is our reading correct that Cabinet basically can make that decision, even though it dwarfs all of the other expenditures around the Canada account, at least this century? Is it entirely up to Cabinet? And what is the system of checks and balances around that, particularly in light of the impact on shippers' contracts and the fact that we could well end up with massive cost and shippers pulling out because for a variety of reasons, including the fact that they can legally once that updated construction cost is published?
So I guess there are a few things that I feel I can follow up on in terms of information points. But I think a lot of kind of what you're hypothesizing, like it's in the realm of conjecture, and I'm not going to be able to comment on a $17 billion figure.
Yeah,
Isn't
those are
something
from
that's,
construction
that's not come to
professionals.
my attention. That's a number you've said, but that's not a number that's come to my attention. I mean, first and foremost, this is a project that is being undertaken from a commercial mindset. And the Crown Corporation responsible would have in mind its ability to profitably move product through the pipeline. And so the concerns of shippers would be in the minds of the corporation and its board of directors. And there's not more that I can add as a finance official on that. There is a kind of system of oversight around the use of the Canada account that I think we should just undertake to provide to you in terms of what the decision making points are around that, so that you understand the accountability for the use of that instrument of government. It's certainly not the case that the spending by a Crown corporation would be unchecked. I've noted that there are corporate plans, there's Treasury Board approval of capital budgets, which are the investment budgets of Crown corporations. Obtaining a source of cash for the project is another decision point. And so the figure that you mentioned isn't one that I have anything to comment on, but in terms of process, there's a lot of process in behind both the authorization of the entity to pursue the commercial objectives as well as the government's process for obtaining cash to pay for construction costs.
Who else would be involved in the approval process?
Will what was your quick one there?
Yeah. Who else would? Because just reading from the disclosure form, it appears that it's cabinet, it's the ministers. But who else is involved then in the approval process?
Oh, if you've got the information on the website, I mean that's like what we could follow up with, as well as the points of accountability around the use of the Canada account. So I think you do have that already, but I would have. Followed up and provided that information.
To Mr. Fragiskatis for the last question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to officials for being here today. To Mr. Marsland, the number of Canadians that won't pay any tax because of changes to be made through the on the basic personal amount. Can we have that number?
Yes, I believe it's 1.1 million.
Sorry, one more time.
1.1 million.
1.1 million, okay. I also want to ask about deficits. So I hear often from some members who may or not be across the way that we are in a very troubling financial situation. Deficits are out of control. Could you compare the current fiscal reality? I know you've talked about debt to GDP levels. I know you've compared it to other countries. But could you talk about where we are in relation to, say, the 1980s or the early 1990s? And I guess that is probably more suited to Mr. Leswick.
I mean, I won't give you a long, drawn-out response, but I mean, deficits as a share of the economy are smaller now than they were probably during that period.
Do you have a figure that you could provide?
Sorry, I don't have my
debt to GDP
fiscal
ratios.
Tables.
Could you table that with the committee at
no problem.
Your convenience?
Yeah.
Okay, but you are saying that it's much better, right?
Yeah, that's my
okay.
That's my
today than yesteryear. Final question for you, because I know it's I sense hunger around the table. The economic, we talk about ripple effects of particular policies and programs. Do you have any information on the economic benefits of the Canada Child Benefit? What it has done for families, how it has boosted the economy in particular? Can you provide us with any of that information? As a sort of stimulus to the economy, if you like.
I mean, from a stimulus to the economy perspective, I mean, this was a measure that was valued, I think, once mature. I mean, talking about the first round of CCB and the CCB enhancement of, I think it was in the range of $6 billion a year, Andrew?
Something.
So in the range of $6 billion a year. So, I mean, you put that in context of a $2.3 trillion economy. So it did provide a boost to growth in early 2016, like a fiscal impulse in 2016 and 2017. It was well timed. I mean, the economy was weak, coming off of kind of the hangover from the global oil price shock. So just in that context, it was well timed. And I think, other people who would say the same thing, Bank of Canada and other economists who analyze the Canadian economy. And then I guess more broadly from a structural perspective, I mean, it is supporting Canadian families. Andrew, I don't know if I can hand off just in terms of what it's the kind of income boost that's provided to Canadian families.
I just think, for example, in terms of, let's look at poverty. Close to 1 million Canadians lifted out of poverty, according to Statistics Canada, because of the Canada Child Benefit. Obviously, when people are not living in poverty, that is good for the economy, but there's very good social effects. For example, the savings that would come in our health system, for instance. There's a number of economists that have said if we would really want to tackle issues in our healthcare system, some of the financial challenges that we have, then let's make sure that we're doing everything we can to address poverty issues. A program like the Canada Child Benefit, by lifting people out of poverty to the extent that it has, I would think has a huge impact, quite beyond in so many different areas. That's a fair statement. You would say?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Fair statement.
All right. Mr. Chair, I'm through my questions, but if my colleagues will indulge me for a moment, and with unanimous consent of the committee, I just want to put forward the following motions. Number one, that the staff of MPs be permitted to eat the food present in the committee room in addition to the members, and I would ask that we support that, because if we don't, we'll start a revolt. So, and justifiable revolt.
Before we get to that motion, I'll let the finance officials go, and thank you very much, all of you who came to the table, and those who came and were prepared to answer questions. Thank you very much for appearing before the committee and answering. And I believe there's about 3 items that you have to get back to us on in greater or lesser detail. I'm not sure, but if you could make a stab at what those questions were that were asked that you get back to us on, that would be great, and send them to the clerk. On the motion, I believe Mr. Fragascotta's motion is related to food. This committee's a little different than others. We sometimes meet late in the evening. We all have staff here, and we need that motion if staff are going to be able to eat in this room as well. So it's on the. Is there any discussion on it?
I didn't think so. There is a second one.
All those in favor? We better carry it. Opposed? Carried.
Got to get that
okay.
in.
Go ahead, your
good.
second motion.
The second motion, Mr. Chair, would be that notwithstanding the committee's routine motion on the distribution of documents adopted on Wednesday, January 29th, 2020, and the usual practice of committees concerning access to electronic documents, that Francesco Sobera, MP, and the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue be added to the committee's distribution list and be granted access to the committee's digital binder site for the remainder of the parliamentary session.
Okay, it's on the floor. We've done that previously as well. We had a couple of, I think, CPC members who were needed documents as well, often attended the committee. Mr. Julian.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I have no problem with that, and I believe we've had a history of being very flexible on that. There may be people that will be spelling off other members in the committee regularly, and so if we can have a general sense agreement that for those people that will be regular participants at the Finance Committee that have access to documents, I have no problem with supporting the motion.
Yeah, I believe Pierre Dussault had access last time as well. Okay, we're agreed on that? Agreed? Okay, we shall suspend till 5:30. Meeting is suspended. reconvene, and as people know, we're continuing on the study of pre-budget consultations for 2020. And first of all, I want to welcome everyone here and Mr. Brunin by video conference. I do know that it was very short notice that everyone received, and so a heartfelt thanks to you all for preparing your submissions, both those that prepared them for pre-budget submissions that were by the middle of August, and those who came forward tonight as a witness. So to start, then we'll start, I guess, with you, Mr. Brunin, on the video conference from Calgary, Alberta, the Canadian Association of Petroleum Producers. And if we could try and hold it to roughly 5 minutes. We'll have everyone present first and go to 5 minute, if you have 5 minute presentations, and then we'll go to questions from members. Mr. Brunin, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for hosting me here today. I represent the Canadian Association of Petroleum Producers, which represents the upstream oil and gas industry in Canada. A strong oil and gas sector can help government achieve its priorities of growing the middle class, reducing our carbon footprint, and expanding our collective prosperity. Canada ranks at the top of major oil-producing countries in terms of control of corruption, rule of law, government effectiveness, environmental protection, and social progress. With global energy demand expected to increase, along with an increased focus on GHG emissions reduction, Canada is uniquely positioned as the global hydrocarbon supplier of choice. Through our technology investments, oil sands emissions intensity has decreased by 20% and is now on par with the global average crude blend. On the conventional side, we are committed to reducing methane emissions by 45%, and our regulations are more stringent than most other jurisdictions, including in the US. Continued technology investments have the potential to achieve substantial additional reductions. However, in order to achieve this vision, government and industry need to work collaboratively. Despite a positive uptick in investment for 2020 for our industry, we continue to struggle to attract capital. Total equity raised in 2018 was about $650 million, which is down 94% over the past 5 years, which is the lowest level on record in 27 years. This has led to lower investment and fewer jobs. In fact, Alberta has 50,000 fewer jobs than it should had job creation kept pace with demographics since the recession. Our total capital investment is about a third of what it was in 2014. Conversely, U.S. oil producers raised $19.4 billion from debt and equity markets in 2018. This severe reduction in our access to capital comes as the industry continues to be a leader in cost reduction and ESG performance. We see an opportunity for the government to work collaboratively with the oil and gas sector and position Canada to be the global barrel of choice. This concept was echoed by the Federal Expert Panel on Sustainable Finance, who recognized, and I quote, Canada's oil and gas companies are competing against major sovereign producers that face little pressure for transparency or risk of divestment. Divestment from these public companies essentially transfers market share from the minority producers most obliged to act responsibly and transparently to monopoly producers without similar obligations. The panel further indicated that achieving Canada's sustainable growth potential will require a sea change in the interaction between innovation, policy and regulation, and investment patterns. End quote. However, in order to achieve this vision, we need the right fiscal and innovation framework driven by close collaboration between the federal government and industry. Therefore, CAP recommends that the federal government launch an innovation and industrial strategy table involving industry and the ministries of Finance, NRCan, ECCC, and Innovation and Economic Development. The table would develop the strategy and coordinate investment in technology that would help achieve substantial emissions reductions and investment growth in our sector. From a fiscal perspective, we recommend that the Department of Finance affirm that existing oil and gas tax measures are not subsidies, as stated by the Department of Finance in the 2017 Auditor General's report. Finally, there are several fiscal measures that the government can implement that will increase our competitiveness, including reforms to large corporation tax administration, interest expense deductibility, and access to capital for small and medium enterprises. I would be happy to discuss these further in the Q&A. In closing, CAP believes that Canada's oil and natural gas sector presents a significant opportunity for inclusive growth that provides broad benefits to all. Thank you for this opportunity to present to you today, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brennan. Turning then to the City of London, the Honourable Ed Holder, Mayor, and Mr. Thompson, Manager, Government and External Relations. Welcome, Ed, a former MP who's been around this table a few times.
Yes,
On this side, though.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It feels a little different, I must admit, to be on this side of the table first time and hopefully not the last. But I'd like to thank you and members of the Standing Committee on Finance for the opportunity to appear before you today. As you've indicated, I'm joined by Adam Thompson, Manager of Government and External Relations with the City of London. London, as the largest urban centre in southwestern Ontario, provides economic and social opportunities for all 2.5 million residents of our region. We embrace our role by providing the infrastructure, jobs, and amenities that people rely on each day. We recognize that we rely on our region's success, much the same as our region relies on our success. So in the advance of the development of Budget 2020, I'd like to focus today on the theme of connection. As a mid-sized city, London connects services to people, people to their community, and community to the world. I'd like to touch on each connection point individually as all parties weigh in on priorities for the year ahead. First, connecting services to people. London continues to grapple with a people crisis. Providing safe, affordable housing for our residents remains a systemic challenge. With average rental market vacancy rates in London at 2.1% and below market rental units closer to 0%, we continue to struggle to meet the needs of not just Londoners, but residents across the region. At the same time, growing challenges continue to persist in the area of mental health and addictions. In response, the City of London has moved forward with our Core Area Action Plan, which outlines nearly 50 initiatives to respond directly to homelessness and health issues, safety and security in our downtown, and creating a positive environment through attracting people to the core. Connection forms the heart of our plan. The plan includes the development of 40 resting spaces where individuals can come off the street, shower, and have a warm meal, 20 stabilization spaces where individuals can find medical attention and support while in crisis, and 10 supportive housing spaces. We are actively working with the province of Ontario to secure the necessary investments in medical personnel to provide primary staffing for these spaces. In addition to providing the direct supports people need, this program will free up essential capacity in our hospitals, providing an estimated $7.5 million per year in emergency room occupancy savings. We've all seen the long lineups of ambulances and emergency vehicles at our hospitals, required to wait with people experiencing crisis until a handoff to medical staff can occur. By providing an alternative, we aim to free up approximately 5,700 hours of police time and 9,200 hours of EMS time per year, time that can be reinvested into service into our community. The Government of Canada can help the City of London advance this work immediately. With nearly 30% of our homeless population self-identifying as Indigenous, we know there is a desperate need for community-based, culturally appropriate resources. Under the Reaching Home strategy, targeting funding under the Indigenous stream is available to support municipalities and local Indigenous service providers. While we do not receive funding under this substream today, future access would support immediate initiatives to open resting spaces, stabilization spaces, and supportive housing spaces in a matter of mere months. We have a plan for a pilot program before the Government of Canada, and I'm hopeful that we can move ahead with this immediately. As London continues to focus efforts on connecting critical services to people, we are also undertaking bold action to connect people to their community. At my recent State of the City speech, I spoke about our vision of becoming the first major city in Canada to have a zero-emission public transit fleet of buses. We will do this by moving away from diesel to a fully electrified fleet. In April 2019, London City Council declared a climate emergency. We are taking that pledge seriously, not only by our words, but by our deeds. Public transit emissions represent as much as 40% of total emissions where London has direct or indirect influence. Even after electricity costs are factored in, our estimates show a move towards electrification would represent substantial operational savings each year. These savings will only increase as the cost of fuel rises. Transforming our public transit system will generate significant savings and provide millions of additional dollars each year, money that could be used to invest further in programs to tackle the needs of our most vulnerable residents. The London Transit Commission will be moving forward with a significant study to explore net zero public transit options over the coming months. While this work progresses, we are looking for additional details from the Government of Canada as to how the federal government plans to partner with cities and communities. Budget 2020 provides an excellent opportunity. Finally, we are focusing on greater connection of London to domestic and international markets. Our vision as a council within the strategic plan emphasizes London as a leader in commerce, culture, and innovation, our region's connection to the world. I've recently met with the leadership at Via Rail, alongside the new president of Western University, Alan Shepard, to explore expanding rail connections across the province and ultimately the country. London operates the fourth busiest Via Rail station in Canada. Our station operates within Canada's busiest economic corridor, with nearly $23 billion moving between southwest Ontario and the Greater Toronto Area each year. Our residents and businesses and the economic potential they represent continue to be held back by a lack of options to move between London and Toronto, as well as London and Windsor-Detroit. Private vehicle and freight traffic on Highway 401 is expected to double over the next decade, heightening safety concerns along this frequency corridor. Additionally, increased congestion will continue to cost our economy and impede economic growth if we do not urgently invest in alternative means to move around the entire rail corridor from Windsor to Quebec City. Our conversation with VIA will remain a priority in the coming year. Connecting mid-sized communities like London will require federal investments into VIA to expand the fleet and service offerings for our people and for our businesses. I look forward to meaningful discussion with the Government of Canada in the coming months. I'd like to thank you for the invitation to present today. I'd like to acknowledge we have two of the four great members of Parliament from London at the table today. And I must say that London has fully embraced our place as a regional hub for Southwest Ontario. And I look forward to further exploring our focus on connection and providing answers to questions from members of the committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ed. With the Insurance Bureau of Canada, Ms. Dreft and Mr. Stewart, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the invitation and the opportunity to speak to the Standing Committee today. I'm Craig Stewart, Vice President of Federal Affairs, and I'm joined by Nigel Dreff, our Chief Economist at Insurance Bureau of Canada, or IBC. We are the National Trade Association representing Canada's private home, car, and business insurers. I'm going to speak to three topics today. The first is protecting Canadians from escalating climate risk, particularly flooding. Secondly, protecting Canadians from a severe earthquake. And third, the importance of transitioning Canada to a low-carbon, resilient, and competitive economy by 2050. First, climate risk. Flooding is the single greatest climate threat facing Canadians today. Last January, on behalf of the National Advisory Council on Flooding, I presented financial options for addressing flood risk to federal, provincial, and territorial ministers responsible for emergency management. That National Advisory Council on Flooding had been appointed by then Minister of Public Safety Ralph Goodale after the 2017 floods across eastern Canada. After 18 months of consultations, we delivered a report that detailed a comprehensive solution which would ensure that every Canadian would be financially protected from flooding, irrespective of the risk that they face. Now, in part because of that work, 6 different cabinet ministers have flooding as part of their mandate letters. Together, they are to deliver a coordinated action plan on flooding. However, for that to happen, some foundational work must be supported through the federal budget. We can separate Canadian properties into three groupings. Properties in Group 1 are at highest risk and will flood predictably every 10 to 20 years. Group 2, still at high risk, will flood predictably at least once every 100 years. And Group 3 represents everybody else. Flooding for these properties is an unpredictable accident, if you will. This group, which represents about 90% of Canadian properties, can be insured by regular overland flood insurance. However, other solutions are needed for the remaining 10%, those in Groups 1 and 2. Those in Group 1 that will flood predictably every 10 to 20 years can be addressed either through home relocation programs, called strategic retreat, significant home retrofits that elevate their homes, or possibly through investments in flood defense infrastructure. Those in Group 2, those within a 100-year flood interval, should be insured through a public-private partnership, a specialized high-risk insurance pool, which is what happens in many countries, such as the US and the United Kingdom. If these homes are also de-risked through home retrofits or investments in flood defense infrastructure, they can join Group 3 and be eligible for the regular insurance market. Our goal is to reduce the number of Canadians in Group 1 and 2 over time. To meet mandated ministerial commitments, 3 items should be included within the Budget 2020 fiscal framework. First, dedicated funding to design and cost a high-risk insurance pool and an associated program of strategic retreat. This process should be consultative and include consideration of Indigenous and other vulnerable populations. As part of this, funding is needed to align public and private flood risk models. If insurers, banks, realtors, and governments do not have a common and reliable and accurate flood map, Canadian consumers will not be well served. Second, funding is needed for a home retrofits program that addresses flood resilience as well as energy efficiency. Third, funding is needed for targeted flood defense infrastructure through an expanded disaster mitigation and adaptation fund. Infrastructure Canada must have the internal capacity to deliver such funding and should be supporting capacity in smaller communities who lack the expertise to apply for it. The second topic which I will address is Canada's financial resilience to an earthquake. Every developed country at high risk of earthquake has a public-private partnership in place designed to ensure financial stability and protect consumers in the case of a significant event. Every country, that is, except for 2, Italy and Canada. Canada has 2 high-risk populated regions, southwestern British Columbia and the Quebec City-Montreal corridor. Finance Canada is currently researching solutions as part of the Financial Sector Framework Review, and we are in full support of this work. Budgetary language reflecting a commitment to finding a solution within a specific period of time would be welcome. Furthermore, IBC recommends that the federal government foster the appropriate financial regulatory environment that allows insurers and reinsurers to be part of the climate and earthquake risk solution. This means ensuring that OSFI regulations do not unduly impose insurance capacity constraints, which could negatively impact insurance affordability for Canadians. Finally, we wish to wholeheartedly endorse the recommendations of the expert panel on sustainable finance. Ms. Van, as a member of that expert panel, is better positioned to speak to these. However, we would like to underline that the 4th recommendation for a Canadian Centre for Climate Information and Analytics is foundational in our view for promoting resilience. Referring back to flooding, any investments in flood mapping should be linked to the creation of this centre. The private sector will help to pay for this data. Governments do not have to complete flood mapping all on their own. Thank you again, Chair, for the opportunity to present to you today. I'll close by saying, as climate change could be considered a central theme for the upcoming federal budget, Canada's P&C insurers have a clear message. If adapting to flood is not an explicit part of a climate plan, that plan is not relevant in terms of the single greatest climate threat facing Canadians and their pocketbooks today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Turning to the Macdonald Laurier Institute, Senior Fellow Philip Cross. Welcome, Mr. Cross.
Thanks for having me back. I'm the former Chief Economic Analyst at Statistics Canada. So the perspective I bring is one of the macroeconomy, the broad trends. I believe there are two dominant trends in Canada's economy over the past decade, neither of which is discussed enough, if at all. We are stuck in a period of persistent slow growth, while at the same time Canada has seen its debt level soar. The combination of these two makes Canada vulnerable to a downturn in the turbulent global economy. Chronic slow growth can be demonstrated in a number of ways. The per capita growth of real GDP, or incomes, over the 2010s was 1.0%, the lowest since the 1930s. Decadal growth does not lie about the long-term trend of growth. It cannot be dismissed as a misfortune from transitory events. Even more remarkably, slow growth in the 2010s was not dampened by even one recession. Instead, it reflects subpar income gains persisting year after year. Another way to highlight how weak growth has been is that after the economy peaked in 2008, growth over the next 11 years was no better than in the 1930s after its peak in 1929. Rather than the boom-bust cycle of the 1930s, we have had persistently slow growth since the 2009 recession, leaving cumulative GDP growth exactly the same as for the decade after 1929. Slow growth is not as spectacular as the 1930s depression, but its long-term effects are just as insidious and corrosive. This is particularly true of the misguided focus on income distribution. The income of average Canadians has stagnated because of slow overall growth, not because the fruits of that growth are growing disproportionately to upper income people. Even as income growth slowed to a crawl, Canada has racked up one of the world's largest debt burdens. According to the Bank for International Settlements, Canada's debt to GDP ratio stood at 306 in 2019, up 1/3 from 2008. This compares with an average increase of 13.8% in advanced market economies. The BIS, alone among international organizations, warned of the perils of excessive debt growth and trade imbalances leading up to the great financial crisis. Since then, the BIS has repeatedly warned about the negative consequences for long-term growth from relying on monetary and fiscal demand stimulus while ignoring structural reforms that enhance productivity. Most recently, the BIS has explicitly warned about Canada's debt, stating that when it came to, quote, aggregate credit vulnerabilities, Canada, China, and Hong Kong stand out, with both the credit to GDP gap and the debt service ratio flashing red. In assessing credit conditions, it found Canada at risk for all four categories. No other country was found at risk for all four indicators. Canada's high level of borrowing reflects how all sectors have gorged themselves on debt since interest rates were cut to historically low levels during and after the 2008-2009 recession. Each of the three sectors of domestic demand, that is, households, corporations, and governments, have raised their debt load to about 100% of GDP. Canadian households led the borrowing binge, with household debt rising to 100% of Canada's GDP. This is the highest of any nation outside of Denmark and nearly twice the G20 average of 60%. Non-financial corporations in Canada have borrowed the equivalent of 119% of GDP, more than any other major industrial nation. Borrowing by Canada's government stood at 85% of GDP, not far behind the 98% in the euro area and 99% in the United States, both of which had to spend liberally to bail out their banks during the great financial crisis. Government borrowing in Canada is more skewed to the provinces because of our federation is the most decentralized, and because provinces are especially vulnerable to slumps in key export markets and unwilling to adjust their spending accordingly. The combination of weak income growth and high debt levels leaves Canada in a very precarious position if either interest rates rise or global growth slows significantly. The lesson we should have learned from the 2008 financial crisis in the U.S. and 2010 in the EU is that debt very quickly can become unbearable when the economy slumps. Downturns usually necessitate extensive government intervention, at which point a seemingly benign government fiscal position suddenly becomes acute. How did Canada's economy become so vulnerable, and why is there so little discussion of the risk of slow income growth and high debt? Much of the problem is that orthodox economic thinking has a stranglehold on macroeconomic policy making and research in most nations, including Canada. Every temporary slowdown elicits calls for more monetary and fiscal stimulus to demand, with no recognition of the price they exact from potential growth over the long term. Worse, the guardians of economic orthodoxy apparently resist self-examination or external criticism, even from leading economists such as Larry Sumner, William White, and the BIS. While most economists are reluctant to acknowledge the threat from excessive reliance on short-term demand stimulus and high debt levels, many ordinary people sense the precariousness of the current state of the economy. This is why so many Canadians feel anxious about the state of the middle class and their own finances. While the unemployment rate is low as older members of the labor force retire, Canadians experience daily the difficulty of servicing their debt, generating higher incomes, and the struggles of their children entering the labor market. It is time to reject the continuation of policies that have obviously failed to generate growth over the long term, and instead prioritize the creation of income over its distribution. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cross. Turning to the Milk Producers of Quebec, Director General Mr. Bobu and Mr. Latendre.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for inviting us to come here, and I will turn the microphone over to our Director General, Mr. Alain Bourbeau. So, good evening, everyone. And you may wish to use the headpieces to benefit from the interpretation. We're here today speaking for Quebec dairy farmers, les producteurs de lait du Québec, but what I'm going to tell you about is something that is being experienced by dairy producers across the country. Even though dairy farmers are a small group, population-wise, their contribution to the Canadian economy is considerable. The contribution is from 10,300 small companies that are spread across the country. These are often small businesses that bring a lot to their regions. These 10,300 businesses contribute about 2 billion to 20 billion, rather, to our economy and pay 3.8 billion in taxes federally and provincially and generate 220,000 jobs directly and indirectly. Our sector truly contributes to the economy of Canada. The reason we have come to speak to you today is mostly to tell you about issues and impacts of trade agreements. The trade agreements which Canada has signed in the last few years. So my presentation is broken into two parts. First, I will quickly go over these trade agreements and explain their repercussions for us. And second, I will speak about our expectations. Two agreements came into effect in the last few months. The European Union Agreement, CETA, which was signed in 2013 but has come into effect in 2012. So this first trade agreement conceded 1.4% access of the Canadian market. So this was a market share which was conceded in order to be able to sign the agreement. The second agreement I wish to speak to is the CPTPP, the Comprehensive and Progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement, which added another concession, a 3.1 concession of Canada's market share. Of course, trade agreements count for Canada's economy. They allow Canada to remain prosperous, so we certainly don't disagree with signing trade agreements. That said, all analysts have underscored the fact that to get these trade agreements, the dairy sector was really harmed. These agreements were agreed to on the backs of the sector, so to speak. We were harmed. And the federal government in the last few months of 2019 announced a compensation program, a $2 billion compensation program for the dairy sector. This seems to be a high amount, but it represents only a small amount of the losses which dairy farmers have conceded in the long term. So keeping in mind the overall approach to dairy farming, you understand that dairy farmers have invested to meet the needs of the population, and their investments have been taken with the long term in mind. So the harm is long term. The last agreement that I would like to go over, remind you of its effect, is one for which a bill has been recently tabled in the House of Commons and with the Americans, the CUSMA trade agreement. And this will be another set of concessions, 3.9%, added to what was already granted. In the question period, I could give you more details about it, but this specific trade agreement has something special about it. Over conceding market share to the signatories, Canada has accepted and imposing a cap of Canada's exports of skim milk. This will generate costs for dairy farmers that were not taken into account in the overall evaluation of the losses for our sector that went into the tariff rate quota agreements. So this extra loss requires that Canada pays a surcharge when its exports of this product will be greater than 25,000 tons, and this will cost them $15 to $20 million in the first year, and it will cost more and more every year for dairy farmers. So to conclude, what we request, our first request concerns the first two agreements, CETA and CPTPP. We asked the government in its upcoming budget to specify how it will be paying the $2 billion that it has agreed to. It has pledged the $245 million will be compensated, provided in this fiscal year. And we do underscore how positive this is for our sector. But the 1.4 billion remaining, we'd like to see and hear clearly how the government will be respecting its pledge and keeping its promise in this budget. We also ask that the coming budget take into account the effect of the tariff rate concessions that have been made and foresee some sort of approach, some mechanism to deal with this precedent, this capping of our exports. Government should ensure that the financial repercussions are kept to a minimum by agreeing with Americans and the Mexicans to ensure that these dispositions apply only to the U.S. and Mexico markets. This is in accord with the World Trade Organization approach. And I will conclude on that for the moment.
Turning then to the Ontario Teachers Pension Plan, and Ms. Van, Chief Risk and Strategy Officer. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Hi. Good evening, everybody, and thank you for having me here. Actually, I'm representing the expert panel on sustainable finance this evening versus my organization. And I'm really here to speak about our recommendations and our report, which we called Mobilizing Finance for Sustainable Growth. So we were a 4-member panel, and maybe I'll just start with how do we think about what is sustainable finance. And we think about it in terms of channeling the financial sector expertise, its ingenuity, its influence towards challenges and opportunities posed by climate change. So think of Craig's comments around flood. It includes revisiting all aspects of finance. So think capital flows, where they need to go, how we invest. Think risk management, the approach of which we get insurance, or my day job, a risk assessment. Or how we think about financial processes, which are around what we disclose, how we value assets, and what oversight is included. The report is really a package of 15 practical, concrete recommendations, spurring the essential market activities, behaviors, structures to make sustainable finance mainstream. So what will success look like is when climate-conscious investment and risk management becomes business as usual. It needs to become embedded in everyday financial decisions, products, and services. Is when we stop referring to sustainable finance because it has become synonymous with finance or simply finance. And let's understand today it is not. And for clarity, finance is not going to solve climate change, but the things that are, which are innovation, clean electricity, energy-saving buildings, climate-resilient infrastructure, all require investment, and a lot of investment. And that's where finance is critical. And what gets financed gets done. The world isn't standing still. The UK, EU, China, UK, many other regions across the world have appreciated the importance of laying a strong framework for sustainable finance in their countries. Canada can be a global leader. Canada has a world-leading financial system with a well-earned reputation for sound governance, risk management, and regulation. Our considerable strength in conventional finance will play a critical role in delivering the financial ingenuity and capital flows required to execute Canada's transition and resilient objectives. Now, the panel's recommendations are really organized in 3 pillars, and it's about 50 pages, so I won't go through a lot of detail. But it is really classified into 3 buckets that I'll hit briefly. First is from moving the conversation from burden to opportunity, from building a strong foundation, and then accelerating the growth in much needed financial markets and products. Now let's start with Pillar 1, which addresses the need to shift Canada's climate change conversation from burden to opportunity. So what does that look like? So recommendation 1 is about laying out the vision. So Canada will say we need a pan-Canadian framework, we have a net zero, but what does that mean in terms of the investments that we have? How can we take those statements, say here are the things we need to do, and here are the investments for the private sectors to start looking at? How can we articulate to them where the dollars are needed and what are the return on risk characteristics that can be found? Recommendation 2 is around using the tax to incentivize RSPs into sustainable finance. And this is less about the dollars that it will create and more about the change it would create in the financial sector, where financial advisors will have to answer their clients around where are the products to help solve climate change. This will reverberate back into those organizations and cause the sector to start training, education, and creating products that are useful to solve climate change. And recommendation 3, for example, is around creating a Sustainable Finance Action Council. And you see this in many of the other countries that have made a commitment, bringing leaders together from both government and private sector to talk about what to prioritize, how to action, how to keep the private sector engaged in the conversation as the government works through changes with the private industry. So those would be key things that would really straight a strong signal and motivate the financial sector to start going. In terms of Pillar 2, it is really classified as the foundational elements. So think of Craig's comment on data and the flood plan. The data and creating a data analytics hub can be something that can be done collaboratively with both government and private industry to help ease the burden and the effort that's required to do climate analysis and to change it into business analytics. The next area would be things like disclosure. So what should companies disclose? Are we committed to the Task Force for Climate Change Financial Disclosure Framework? You know, it shows a big commitment to disclose, and to be honest, investors fill in the gap when there's nothing to disclose, and they don't fill the gap on the positive side. The third would be around a clear statement that it is consistent with fiduciary duty. So we, for example, who manage money on others, have to act in the best interest of others, that climate change considerations is consistent with fiduciary duty, and there's many ways to lay that foundation. And looking to provide what we would call support for the ecosystem. So a lot of financial professionals will go to their associations, which are not for profit, to develop in themselves, and to create training material on climate is hard. And lastly, supporting the efforts that are already underway at OSFI and Bank of Canada in terms of bringing into the regulatory framework would be, I think, a very key pillar of the foundational element. So these would just be a few examples of how you create the foundations to really take sustainable finance mainstream. In Pillar 3, it's really about developing and scaling market structures and financial products that could offer transformative economic benefit for Canada in building a low-emission, climate-smart future. There are 7 main recommendations and lots of sub-recommendations. However, they're all really aligned closely with the themes of the Pan-Canadian framework. and focus on the financing needs of the critical sectors of the economy. So clean technology, oil and gas, infrastructure, buildings, electricity generation and transmission, to name a few. So just to give you a couple examples in the sector, one would be around the effort today to really engage the fixed income market. It is by far the largest market, and in Europe you would have seen the effort around building a green taxonomy. This is really shorthand for what qualifies for a green investment, so investors can bridge the gap between climate knowledge, science, and investment. For Canada, it would eliminate most of our key sectors, and there's a recommendation for the panel to actually focus on Canada becoming a leader in developing a transition taxonomy. How can we help our sectors like oil and gas transition and make it easy for investors to understand what qualifies, making the return on effort easier, making liquidity better. And this is work that's already started in the private sector today. Leveraging the Canadian Infrastructure Bank would be another key area. It's a strong establishment in terms of the idea, but when we look at it, it could really help with bringing people together around being proactive and how do you bring private sector with a pipeline of opportunities. So a tweak in terms of its mandate. So I'll end perhaps where the report begins. And Canada has a strong, diversified, and resource-rich economy, a world-leading financial sector, and excellent capacity for innovation. By harnessing these advantages, Canada can be among the leaders in the global transition to the low-emission future, a trusted source of climate-smart solutions, expertise, and investment. And realizing this ambition will require a committed alliance between business, government, civil society, and determined investment. So we would support a budgetary commitment to help lay this foundation in 2020-21, really through working groups and efforts around all the recommendations in the panel report. So thank you for having me here tonight.
Thank you very much, Ms. Van, and thank you all for your presentations. We'll start with a 6-minute round. Mr. Cooper first, and keep in mind that we also have someone on video conference, Mr. Brennan from Calgary.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the witnesses. I'm going to direct all of my questions to Mr. Brunin of CAP. Mr. Brunin, you noted that capital investment today is at 1/3 of the level of 2014. I think it was about $81 billion in 2014 in the oil and gas sector. And you would agree that a significant factor in that massive decline in capital investment is related to the competitiveness gap that Canada finds itself relative to other oil and gas producing jurisdictions. You'd agree?
Absolutely. Competitiveness of our industry has been a key factor hindering investment. So whether it's the overall cost burden on our sector related to market access, incremental costs, regulatory delay, and investment uncertainty, those factors combined have put Canada at a disadvantage relative to other jurisdictions where we've seen an increase in investment in comparable assets.
Agree that from a competitiveness standpoint, C-48 and C-69 have not helped?
Both of those pieces of legislation, I would say, have hindered the investment attractiveness of oil and gas in Canada.
And likewise, the carbon tax?
Well, the carbon tax from a design perspective, in our view, needs to take into consideration emissions-intensive trade-exposed factors that help recognize that if it's designed in a way that does not hinder competitiveness but still effectively gets towards the outcomes of achieving emissions reductions, that would be the ideal outcome. Until we see the certainty in that space with respect to what we could see coming through clean fuel standards, et cetera, there's a fair amount of lack of confidence with respect to the framework.
Fair enough. Now, I know you cited 3 fiscal policies. I only caught interest expense deductibility. I'd like you to elaborate on those. But before I do, I did raise earlier with the department officials the issue of the accelerated capital cost allowance introduced in the fiscal update of 2018. It's phased out in around 23 or 24. Would you support making it permanent? And secondly, would you support 100% deductibility, immediate deductibility, in line or more in line with the U.S. policy from the tax reforms there of 2017?
Yeah, appreciate your suggestions, absolutely. So deductibility of the capital cost allowance is actually the single greatest factor that has an impact on competitiveness next to market access. It's not necessarily a reduction in taxes so much as it is deferral of payment, and it's especially important for high capital intense sectors and industries with long lead times to cash flow positive. We've seen the federal government recognize this through the fall economic statement in 2018 through the 100% deductibility that it provided to the manufacturing sector, et cetera. For oil and gas, it was provided with some incremental deductibility capacity, but it wasn't on par with what we had seen in other industries. If you think back to when the oil sands was created, 100% deductibility was put in place to drive that investment, and it was actually the third source of global supply growth between 2006 and 2015. So effectively, it worked very, very well. We would absolutely support introduction of 100% immediate deductibility for capital cost allowance for our sector, but at a minimum, making permanent the changes from 2018 would be very favorable.
And now I'll allow you the opportunity to elaborate on it. You cited three policies again: interest expense deductibility. I didn't catch the other two, but you listed off at the end of your presentation. I'll leave you time to elaborate on those points.
Thank you. Yes, well, the interest expense item is really one about recognizing. We've heard some interest in exploring that from a government perspective. We wanted to make sure that government is aware that this is something that is a priority for us. We definitely recognize the importance of the eligibility for interest expense and would encourage the government to explore its competitiveness implications of any changes. And also consider any offsets in the event it does want to advance these changes, such as immediate deductibility. The second point I raised was in relation to changes to large corporation tax administration. This is really a piece that the government, federal government, has had in place for some time. And what it does is it ties up disputed tax revenues with the federal government pending the resolution of sort of tax disputes. This keeps effectively capital on the sidelines to the tune of billions. And we're asking for government to update its administration procedures so it's consistent with other jurisdictions, just removing requirements to effectively have our capital tied up, pre-fund amounts that are in dispute, expedite the timelines for resolving the disputes. And finally, our request, third point that I raised was in relation to access to capital for small and medium-sized companies. As I mentioned in my comments today, access to capital has been very substantive as an impact perspective on our industry, particularly the small and medium-sized producers. So tools to temporarily or more permanently find ways to encourage these companies to raise capital would be exceptionally welcome at this point in time. Things such as flow-through shares, and funding to help assist with reclamation and remediation are a couple of tools in that regard.
Okay, I will thank you both there. Turning to Mr. Fragiskatis, and keep in mind, other witnesses who are here, one of the difficulties with a big panel is if you do have something you want to add, raise your hand and I'll catch you and we'll let you in. Mr. Fragiskatis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the witnesses for appearing today. No surprise, my questions will be directed largely to Mr. Holder. The perspective of mid-sized cities matters a great deal. Certainly recognize that Toronto, Montreal, Vancouver, and a number of other large cities in this country are economic drivers, but so too are medium-sized cities. So thank you very much, Mayor, for offering that perspective today. I want to ask at the outset on electrification, the transit fleet proposal that you've put forward in your State of the City address captured a lot of attention, and I think in large part it's fair to say the attention has been positive. There's a lot of interest in this issue in the city, and perhaps it could serve as a model if we can do the whole fleet for the entire country. Certainly, we are serious about climate change. We are serious about working with municipalities to advance that agenda, and I think this is an important piece of the puzzle on getting there. I noted in your presentation you talked about the environmental benefits, which would be obvious. I mean, the amount of greenhouse gases that we could prevent from going into the atmosphere is substantial, no doubt. But you also talked about financial savings as well. Do you have a dollar figure on a yearly basis, Mayor, on the financial savings that we could see by transitioning from diesel to electric?
Thank you, through you, Chair, to Mr. Fragoskatta's question. I appreciate that. Let me say at the outset that we actually received a fair amount of feedback from medium and large-sized communities right across this country in terms of our goal to be the first major city in Canada to be fully electrified in terms of our bus fleet. And as we did so, we talked about two particular areas. One is greenhouse gas emissions. So if you imagine in terms of city-operated vehicles of all sorts that we would reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 40%. So all of our electric bus travel, ultimately, when fully implemented, would represent 40% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. That's huge. It's also huge because London, it was important when we declared as a council this term a climate crisis. Everything that we do is through the lens of this climate crisis, and I think that's partly why the e-bus announcement that I declared in terms of our goal, my goal, was so well received, interestingly, by the business community as well as the community at large. One of the things they looked at was savings, and there's a couple of things. We know that, for example, we realized that the initial cost of an electric bus has a higher price tag than a standard diesel bus. But in the longer term, we save from the standpoint of going electric versus the diesel fuel, and then the rising costs of diesel fuel. We spend some $7.5 million per year in London, Ontario, and we're a community of just over 400,000 people. As I like to say, and I used to say, the 10th largest city in Canada. We don't hear that as often anymore, but I say it as often as I can, only to make the point that we're not the largest, but we are a serious-sized community. And we know that over the course of this, millions and millions of dollars will be saved. And as the price of fuel increases, that just goes right to the bottom line. And we're pretty excited about the prospect of that. So it's interesting to hear from a medium-sized city such as London, the climate lens. We've heard it from representatives from the insurance sector. We've heard it from Ms. Zayan talking about the need to support advances towards a sustainable model of finance. I wonder, Mayor, how, in your view, could the federal government assist to make this happen? Obviously, when it comes to costs around buses, we could assist with that. That's obvious. But there's a whole infrastructure in place, or that ought to be in place to support electrification. And I would think also that that would be an area where the federal government could assist. Well, look, we're 5 weeks and a bit past Christmas. But if I had my Christmas wish list, it would be that in the upcoming budget, that the Government of Canada announces some real serious commitments towards supporting not just London, but any of our communities from smaller, medium, and large-sized communities across this country to electrify their fleet. And I know from London's standpoint, we are looking initially at a pilot project. We're undertaking a study that will be ultimately approved by my council, I trust and hope, in the next, literally the next few days, but in conjunction with our London Transit Commission. But I know that other communities across this country are looking at the same thing, larger and medium and smaller sized communities that say this is the way to go. Mayor, I have less than a minute left, and we will certainly continue to work. Sorry, two politicals talking. I apologize. No, hey, it's no problem. We will certainly continue working together on transportation and housing issues, no doubt. But I often hear from members of the opposition and others sometimes about infrastructure and the complaint that the federal government hasn't worked with municipalities to get investments out the door.
I think London's experience speaks for itself. Now, this isn't an answer I'm laying up for you, but I think it's clear that the experience vis-a-vis Ottawa and London when it comes to things like transit has been a very productive one, and we've been able to secure investments for the city. Could you just speak about London's experience in that regard?
Briefly, we had an opportunity in terms of our public transit infrastructure stream to challenge my council when I was first elected to come up with a number of projects that would be both provincially in Ontario, provincially and federally supported. In 60 days, we came up with a number of projects. I will give strokes to both levels of government and at the provincial and federal level. Supported in time. We had 10 major projects, transit projects approved. I would respectfully speak positively about that experience because that certainly supports London's major initiatives in terms of transit restructuring. We're not done, which is why the electric bus project is so important to us. But in terms of that, those infrastructure transit programs, I have nothing poor to say about the relationship we've had with the federal government. They've actually worked well with London.
Okay, we'll have to cut that round there. Ed, thank you. Mr. St. Marie, 5 minutes, and then Mr. Julian.
Donc, je tiens à remercier l'ensemble des témoins.
I'd like to thank all of the witnesses for their participation this evening at this committee. My first questions will be for the dairy producers, Quebec. You're working under the supply management system, of course, and prices are based on a formula for cost of production, etc. Now, the 3 agreements that you mentioned will give you some loss of market share each time. Now, what does this represent in volumetric or perhaps in lost income, revenue? Well, it's about 12,000 farms, dairy producers. 100. Oh, that is 1,200, not 12,000. That's more than what's produced in the entirety of the maritime provinces. Financial losses, comprehensively for the 3 trade agreements, of course, that have been signed. 450 million per annum, and this is ongoing. Obviously, this is very significant money. Now, for this sector, for the dairy sector, it's very important to the Canadian economy. Dairy products are still a major feature of most Canadian diets, and we're making a concession of 10% of the market. Major repercussions. 1,200 farms, fewer farms. In my riding alone, we've got a lot of producers, dairy producers, and often women are taking over the business, and this is very significant money. You said that there's been a first disbursement of the compensation fund, and that it went well. To present, it's going well. And you seek that the mechanism for the next round or the next tranche be specified. Now, in the first one, for the CETA agreement, I think there was an investment type project by way of compensation, and I'm sure that's not what you're looking for this time. What type of modalities are you looking for? Excellent question. When the government made its initial announcement, it indicated a sum of $2 billion. From that, we deduct $250 million, which was structured as an investment program. It wasn't a particularly successful initiative. It was very complex to administer. It wasn't particularly fair because it's insufficient as an amount to invest. To a point, it wasn't very successful. And the government has heard the critiques made of that program. I'm sure they heard us too. So for the next volley of compensation, we'll be looking at real financial losses which should be compensated. The CETA products that are covered, products covered by CETA represent 96 and 97% coverage. So this is not a theoretical numbers. These agreements will result in true, real losses to the producers and to the processors. Real losses. Thank you. In your initial statement, you said that we should take into account caps on exports, and that you have a cap to U.S. exportation, for example, and have you calculated those costs? Yes, but I don't want to give you, I can't go into too much detail right now. For all milk producers, there's always a non-fat solid surpluses. So we always have an excess amount of that particular product. And all our products are based on percentage butterfat. The demand is always higher for that than for non-fat. So the non-fat than skim milk powder, for example. So we have an excess to export of that, and less. What we have too much of is skim milk powder for them, powdered non-fat product. The surpluses have been between 60 and 90,000 tons. And if you put a cap on that, this is going to be a hidden tax on 35,000 tons. Each ton that's surplus has to be sold at a loss in other markets or pay a penalty of $150 per ton. The initial impacts are about $10 to $20 million as soon as the process comes into effect, as soon as the first cycle of production. Significant money, and these will accumulate with time, the passage of time. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup à tous les témoins. I'll start with Mr. Stewart, Ms. Dev. Does the Insurance Bureau of Canada keep statistics on the number of insurance claims that are linked to incidences of climatic events linked to climate change?
Yes, we do. So we categorize. We basically through a third party aggregate every catastrophic event, which would be an event that surpasses $25 million in losses, that can be attributed to severe weather. So that would be anything from hail, flooding, ice storms, wildfire. So generally, any severe weather event that can be attributed to climate change, and then we can aggregate those and track them over time. And we've been doing that since 2000, well, for several decades, actually.
So if we look at 10 years ago, and we look at 5 years ago, and we look at this year, what is the progression in terms of claims linked to climate change?
So if we go back to the 2000s, the average losses across Canada averaged around 400 million per year. There seems to have been an inflection point in 2009. In every year since 2009, except for one, the losses have surpassed $1 billion. 2019, the number was $1.3 billion in insured losses. The year before, in 2018, it was $2.1 billion. And it's important to note that there was no single large event like the Fort McMurray fire that drove those losses. They were actually an aggregation of events of all types, wind, flooding, hail, etc., across the entire country.
So if we look back 20 years ago, over a 2-year period, we'd probably be looking at about $800 million in claims. The last 2 years, it's $3.4 billion in claims. So a quadrupling of the overall claims linked to climate change.
That's correct.
I don't have a lot of time, but just wanted to ask you, do you feel that the federal government is doing enough then, given that significant increase just over the last couple decades on these insurance claims? And just one example of the many economic impacts of climate change.
So we believe that in general, governments across the country up until 3 years ago were not taking the issue seriously enough, but we have seen that begin to change. And certainly over the past year, the commitments made in parts of the country and by the federal government to deal with the number one issue, which is flooding. That's the biggest loss area. Have been significant. So
Okay.
we are, to answer your question, we are actually pleased with the direction, but we're waiting for the federal budget to see whether the money will follow the words.
Thank you. Sorry to cut you off. Je vais aussi poser une question à M. Bobo et M. Latente.
I'd like to ask a question of the Quebec producers. We've already seen in British Columbia the percentage of Canadian products, particularly coming from Quebec in supermarkets, are less and less available in our supermarkets, for example. More is coming in from the United States of lesser quality, and there is, of course, the economic impact. What's the standing the situation for dairy farms, dairy producers currently in Quebec? You talked about $450 million a year as ongoing losses, and that would be $1.7 billion over 8 years, all because of these loss of market share and sustained by, for the most part, by Quebec producers. Well, there's two parts to your question, if I got your question. How are we doing with our dairy production facilities and farms in Quebec? Well, over the last 3 years, we've had some favorable conditions. We had a growth, exceptional growth in the dairy sector. If we take a look at it with a perspective of 20 years, we've had an increase of an equivalent of the population, 1 to 1.5% a year. But to 2016, 2018, we saw a growth rate of 3 to 4% a year. I could give you greater details if you'd like as to this phenomenon, but this sudden increase, it was quite matched with other producers throughout the world. In fact, the United States, Europe, and Canada followed the trend. So this tendency, this growth, will perhaps moderate to some degree the concessions made in the trade deals, but our producers have always responded very, very quickly to these situations. But the investments that were made will be harder to amortize because production will have to be reduced. And the investments, of course, were made on a basis of a longer period of time, and now they'll have to be, it's going to hurt the industry. The second part of your question, I believe, is 1.7 billion sufficient? Well, it doesn't cover all our losses. Well, when we try to play with numbers, they seem huge and it seems terrifying, but the amounts that were granted or will not cover. The insurance people are here. They know full well it's an actuarial game here, The values would be several billions of dollars, and the gesture that the Canadian government has offered is good. It's going to cover some of the losses, and of course the producers will have to absorb a good proportion of those losses.
Coming. 5-minute round.
Thank you. Mr. Brennan, can you elaborate a little bit about the economic importance of the energy industry to Canada, and more specifically also the importance of the completion of the expansion of TMX and what the economic impact could be if we add further access to markets and that spin-off to small and medium-sized business?
Thank you. Yes. So we do survey our members to understand the impact from an economic perspective of our supply chain across the country. In 2016-17, the value of that was about $2.2 billion outside of Alberta. That decreased pretty substantially from 2014-15, where it was $3.5 billion. And so the decline in the investment in our industry has ripple effects from an economic perspective across the country. The biggest areas where we source from a supply chain are Ontario, British Columbia, and Quebec. And so the provinces that have been hurt the most outside of Alberta are those ones. In terms of the importance of TMX to our industry, certainly market access is the single greatest barrier to investment in our sector. Part of the reason why the investment is was such a chill from an investment perspective is also the lack of certainty that comes with bringing forward these major projects. They've been delayed time and time again from a regulatory, judicial perspective, from an FID perspective, the selling of the private company and the picking up of that company by the federal government, which we support that they did. It's unfortunate that they had to. But at the end of the day, investors are discounting market access in our industry to zero until we see the pipes actually built. And as a result, our companies simply can't justify to their investors making growth investment decisions in our industry until we see the pipe in the ground. TMX is a pretty substantial pipe that we really need if we're going to see some investment come back, absolutely. So TMX, Enbridge Line 3, and Keystone are the three main pipelines at play right now. And then the spin-offs on of the small and medium-sized companies. Effectively, when we start to see the investment community have confidence that we'll have access to markets and that we'll be in an investment jurisdiction, if you will, that attracts capital, that's when we'll start to see the dollars come back to the small and mediums. We've actually seen some very positive results in Alberta in terms of what they've done from a tax perspective, what they've done in terms of addressing curtailment and enabling rail under that. And the federal government's fall economic update from 2018 was also helpful. But that's not sufficient, and we do need to see sort of a more holistic and committed effort from the federal government to align with demonstrating that there is a future for our industry and we can be the supplier of choice under the right conditions.
Thank you. I want to move to Mr. Cross. We heard some testimony earlier about the current state of the economy and your preamble, slow growth, high debt circumstances that we have today. How important are those fiscal anchors of lowering debt, low debt to GDP ratios, and how concerned are you about the debt that we're seeing increasing outside of just the federal government, but provincial and municipal debt as well?
Well, I'd attach a great deal of importance to it. I think, we're at a level of debt to GDP now of over 300% is definitely at a level at which debt crises tend to occur. We've seen that repeatedly within the last decade in the Western world. Countries with very high levels of debt almost inevitably at some point will have trouble servicing that debt and have problems in their financial sector and so on and so forth. So it's hard, though. You can't just point a finger at one sector. As I mentioned, all sectors in our economy have gorged on debt. Households, corporations, governments. You can't pick out one and say their fault. It seems to be a response of all Canadians have done this because, A, the Bank of Canada cut interest rates to historically low levels. The bank has issued some warnings about household debt. It's very interesting. They have next to nothing to say about corporate debt, which is the highest in the Western world. They have next to nothing to say about government debt. And at the same time, the the federal government did run up big deficits during 2008, 2009. I think that's inevitable. When you're in a severe downturn, you're going to run deficits. You simply cannot cut spending enough. So when you're in a downturn, there's going to be deficits, but you want to get out of that as quickly as possible. What I think has encouraged people to go into debt since 2015 is the Bank of Canada lowered interest rates. The government said they were going to run deficits, and it sounded like it was a good thing. There was nobody saying, oh, there are risks to this strategy. Instead, people just said, well, interest rates are low. Great, let's run up some debts. And here we are today where if interest rates ever did turn up or our incomes ever did stop falling, we'd be in a considerable amount of trouble.
Okay, thank you all. Turning to Ms. Zarowitz, and then we'll come back to the other side.
Okay, thank you so much. I want to thank everyone for their excellent presentations. I'm going to try to be ambitious and get to 3 people, so please keep your responses short. I'm going to start off with Mr. Stewart, you and some of your comments. I just want to say thanks so much for mentioning that the Honourable Goodale had been working on a flooding plan. I think it's remarkable. It's remarkable how few Canadians actually know about it, and it's so important that we started that and that we started focusing on it. I want to quickly go through your recommendations because I think they're important, and I'm just hoping you can say yes, no, and maybe add a couple comments if I've forgotten. And then I'm hoping to get to Ms. Zvan, and then if I'm lucky, I'd love to get to Mr. Brunin. So you had started talking about a recommendation for dedicated funding to design flood mapping. So I think we started that, and I think we've actually put it all in our platform. So the flood mapping, the sort of insurance program for high risk, investment pool that you were talking about, and then sort of coming up with some sort of a plan for the small percentage that needs to relocate. So that's basically what your 3 recommendations are. Yes.
Yes, and it's all in your platform, and it's all in a ministerial mandate letter somewhere.
Okay, that's wonderful. And I was telling of a wonderful friend of mine who was very worried about what was happening in Canada, and I told her we were doing this, and she felt completely relieved. So I think that if we get this done and we make it public, I think Canadians will have a lot more confidence in our planning around climate change moving forward. The second thing I want to talk about is home retrofits. So we have a number of commitments around free energy audits, retrofitting 1.5 million homes, and then helping with interest-free loans of up to $40,000. But this is for energy efficiency. And you've added the words flood resilience. What is the addition that we have to add to that recommendations or what we've already put forward?
So you could use the exact same mechanism that you're using for energy efficiency. In fact, you could use the exact same home inspector and offer interest-free loans, for instance, or your cash incentive for those people who wanted to either elevate their home if they're in a very severe situation, or just take simple measures to change landscaping around their house, make sure their eaves troughs are intact. Simple measures. These retrofits on average cost less than $1,500. And so there's a way that, you have experience in doing this with energy efficiency. We could be doing the exact same thing with flood resilience. And in fact, the Intact Center on Climate Adaptation at the University of Waterloo has a package that does exactly this. So.
Okay, thank you. And then lastly, you had talked about disaster mitigation and adaptation. We have already committed $2 billion. We have committed to adding additional $1 billion. I mean, I hate asking this question. It's like saying, do you want your taxes to go up? But is that going to be enough, the $1 billion that we've committed?
No, and it's important. And Ms. Vaughn actually referred to this. The expert panel touched on this. It's important to attract private sector investment to that as well. And that's where the Canada Infrastructure Bank potentially could play a role. Okay. We believe that you could bring a fair amount of private sector wealth and capital to match those DMAF funds. Yeah. And you could grow the pie, frankly, with our help. But we just need to have the mechanism by which to do that.
If you have a specific recommendation, I wonder if you could write that into us. That would be really helpful. I'm just going to get to Ms. Zvan. I just want to say I have followed the work of the panel very closely. Very big believer in sustainable finance. I'm a big fan of Mark Carney. He's written a lot about a number of the things that's actually in your report. I love all 15 of your recommendations. I would love it. We're in our pre-budget consultation. I'd love to be able to say all 15 need to be adopted right away. If I was going to say to you, is it how do we get started? Is it that you start with your first three, or is it that you say you need a bit of committee to sort of get together to determine how is it that you can start working on all cylinders at the same time? What would be your recommendation in terms of how do we get started on this?
We did complete a 5-pager that I could give you.
Yeah.
that really focuses on the start. I would say everything in Pillar 1 would be a really important signals, especially that Sustainable Finance Action Council, because that could help you prioritize as you go.
Yeah.
Pillar 2, which are relatively small dollars, are really lay the foundation to those things. And I would say in Pillar 3, there's very select things that you can start doing that won't have a huge budgetary ask, but would help with Canadian Infrastructure Bank mandate and approach, would help with looking at how to do green mortgages or creating a green bank to help the private sector, because I think that is the key. Today you fund a lot of things as a government, yourself, and what you really need to do to really fund all the things that need to get done is really attract the private sector.
Okay, thank you.
We'll split the remaining time between Mr. Morantz and Mr. Fraser. Go ahead, Marty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Brennan, I wonder if you happen to know, and if you don't, that's okay, but if you happen to know, of Canada's total GDP, what percentage of that is the oil and gas industry?
I do know that. I'm just digging it up right now. Give me 1 sec. A real GDP impact in 2018, 1.9 billion. So our upstream GDP share was about 5.6 billion as a percent. 5.6% of Canada's total GDP.
So almost 6% of Canada's GDP.
Yes.
So like just over 1/20th, essentially. Yeah.
Yep.
Just over 1/20th. So a substantial portion of Canada's economy.
Right, and that's the direct component, right? So there's also indirect and induced contributions as well. In terms of, from a federal perspective, our estimates is there's probably 450,000 jobs affiliated with our industry on a national basis. Certainly the bulk of that is in Alberta, but we do have national implications and certainly a big portion of the federal GDP.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Cross, earlier tonight we had some officials from the Department of Finance in, and one of them said that compared to the Great Recession, if we were to have another recession, that Canada would have far less monetary policy room to deal with that. I'm wondering if you agree with that sentiment. I have a feeling you probably do. But if you could comment on what factors and variables might be related to that concept.
Oh, I'd agree wholeheartedly, and I'd underscore the point that it's not just monetary policy that we're starting to run out of bullets with, it's also fiscal policy because of the accumulated debt. And at some point, you just can't look at one sector's GDP, debt to GDP ratio in isolation. At some point, and I think that's where a lot of the debate got off the rails, we tend to look at, just the federal government or provincial governments. Nobody looks at what is the overall debt burden, because at the end of the day, it's that overall debt burden that is being serviced by one income stream, GDP. So I think that's partly how we've got ourselves into this mess by focusing on individual sectors and not the big picture of all this. So it's not just monetary, it's also fiscal policy.
We'll have to go to Mr. Fraser to wrap it up. Sean?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and we have just a few minutes, so like my colleagues, I'll ask you to be quick if you can. Mr. Stewart, I'll start with you. The statistics you shared earlier about the cost of insured losses as a result of severe weather events is staggering. Can you just remind me what at the onset of your data collection, what the insured losses in Canada were at the earliest date that you have figures for?
The earliest that we have figures for is an average in around 1990 of 100 million a year in that decade, rose to 400 million in the 2000s, and it's been over $1 billion each and every year, except for one.
Peaked last year at $1.9 billion.
Around $2 billion, slightly above $2 billion in 2018.
Do you have projections for where that cost will be in the near or medium term? What are we looking at? How bad's it going to get?
Well, we just know it's escalating, getting worse and worse. It's difficult to know because it's so dynamic what we're seeing.
And the members of insurance plans are paying for these losses out of their own pocket, presumably.
Correct. So Canada is becoming a more difficult and costly place to reinsure for insurers. Yep. So reinsurers are paying more in terms of reinsurance, and then of course that means that average Canadians are paying more as well.
Do you have data on uninsured losses?
So typically, uninsured losses run at about $3 for every dollar of insured. So a $1.3 billion loss was $5 billion for taxpayers last year.
That's right, and that's borne directly out of the pockets of Canadian taxpayers.
That's correct.
That's there's a lot of scare in that sort of answer, but to take Ms. Van's advice and look not just at the burden but the opportunity. I know Mark Carney's name has come up. He's flagged that there might be a global $23 to $26 trillion opportunity in the green economy. In the 1 minute or so that I've got left for my questions, if you're going to tell us where we can have the biggest impact, it sounds like the cost of solving the problem is less than the cost of ignoring the problem. Where are we going to get the most bang for our buck in terms of emissions reductions and in terms of the economic opportunity if we make these investments?
But in Pillar 3, we laid out key sectors. So investing in clean technology and having a real path in terms of the areas you focus in on. It will be in the oil and gas sector because you are losing investors because they don't see the long-term viability of that sector, and that's what you really need to deal with. So it's the commitment, what is the strategy, how is the oil and gas sector in Canada will survive in a world where they want less emissions. It's infrastructure. Infrastructure always creates jobs. So sustainable infrastructure, what's needed to be resilient from a climate point of view, and then residential. So buildings have a huge emission impact, and thinking about how they're built, how they're renovated, and how that's financed, because that is a lot of small projects and how to bring them together. All those topics would be key areas.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that ended our session with these witnesses. I just want to say thank you to each of you.
Basically has, just spinning off that last infrastructure question, though, I do have a question for Mr. Brunin. I see Mr. Leipert is here. He'd want to ask it as well. In terms of infrastructure and oil prices in Canada, can you explain to us the Alberta discount, why we have it, what it would take to get rid of it, and what it's costing the country a day or a year?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In terms of the discount for Canada, generally looking at it in terms of the heavy price discount down into the United States, that's really where the market is for our heavy crudes, largely oil sands. What we have is effectively a supply-demand imbalance. We've got oversupply for our product with not enough capacity to ship our crudes to the refiners, largely in the Gulf Coast, but also in the Midwest. And that's driving a fair amount of the discount. If you were to look at this, it would be a natural discount, so we'd be looking at it from a transportation and quality basis. That would ideally be the price discount that you'd see for our crudes. What we've been seeing with the excess supply is we're getting a higher discount for our crudes as a result of that. And so pipeline access has been the greatest factor, but it's also a market power piece. In the absence, we are effectively price takers for these U.S. refineries. The discount, the unnecessary discount probably costs the Canadian economy approximately $2 billion a day, if I recall correctly, but I'd have to check those numbers. I haven't looked at those in recent.
1.8.
Thank you. 1.8. That's excellent. Fine work there. Yes, thank you. There's been some good news on Line 3 today with some of the announcements in the United States, and we're hopeful that we'll see some favorable decisions as well going forward. I actually haven't seen the TMX update today.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brown. Thank you to all the witnesses. I think everyone got questions, so that is great. Thank you for coming on short notice, and we'll suspend for about 3 minutes while we bring up the next witnesses. Thank you all. Suspended. can reconvene, dealing with the study of the pre-budget consultations for 2020, and we have 3 witnesses to handle in the next hour. Welcome, folks, and thank you for coming on such short notice. I know the call only went out on Friday, and we have a fairly intense time frame of which to get some recommendations in on the pre-budget consultations. So we'll start with the Canadian Doctors for Medicare. Dr. Bouchard, Executive Board Member, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the members of the Standing Committee on Finance for the invitation to speak today. I'm here not only as an executive board member of Canadian Doctors for Medicare, but also as a pediatrician currently training to be a pediatric emergency specialist at the Children's Hospital of Eastern Ontario here in Ottawa. Founded in 2006, Canadian Doctors for Medicare provides a voice for doctors from coast to coast to coast, advocating for evidence-based, values-driven reform to our public healthcare system. At present, Canada is the only developed nation with universal health care and no corresponding coverage of prescription drugs. Medications administered in hospital are covered, yet once patients are discharged home, they must deal with a patchwork of systems to obtain their necessary medications. These inefficiencies have contributed to higher drug costs. Canada currently spends $1,012 per capita on prescription medication, 3rd highest in the world, only after the United States and Switzerland, and well above the OECD average of $709. In Canada, 36% of drug costs are funded through private insurance plans, 36% through provincial drug plans, and 22% through patients' out-of-pocket funds. This means many Canadians face financial barriers when trying to access the medications needed to keep them healthy. Studies have shown that 1 in 10 Canadians are unable to afford their medications as prescribed. In 2016, about 1 million Canadians reported cutting back on essentials like food and heating in order to afford their medications. When Canadians cannot afford their medicine, their health suffers. In addition to the very real personal consequences of poor health, cost-related non-adherence can also create wider social and economic burdens. When people cannot take the medicine needed to keep them well, health problems can worsen to the point where more serious and expensive acute care is required. As a pediatric emergency doctor, I have seen children coming into our department because their parents could not afford their asthma inhalers. Studies have actually shown that for every 1% increase in the proportion of income spent on asthma medication, children are 14% more likely to present with asthma attacks, requiring care in urgent care clinics and emergency departments. This should not be happening in Canada, and we can do better. This is why Canadian Doctors for Medicare advocates for universal, single-payer public pharmacare to improve access to necessary medications for all Canadians. The June 2019 Hoskins Report, A Prescription for Canada, Achieving Pharmacare for All, provides a detailed roadmap for how to achieve this vision. The first steps include creating a national, evidence-based formulary of medications that are clinically effective and cost-effective. Provinces and territories could then opt into pharmacare by agreeing to national standards and funding parameters. Hoskins recommended co-payments of $2 to $5 per medication, with no household paying more than $100 per year. Studies have demonstrated that universal public drug coverage in Canada could reduce total spending on prescription drugs by $7.3 billion. Bulk purchasing and thoughtful, evidence-based drug selection would help to reduce costs. Pharmacare could save the private sector an estimated $8.2 billion. Employers and unions that sponsor increasingly expensive and unsustainable private drug coverage plans could benefit and enjoy significant savings for their businesses. Anticipated costs to government could increase by about $1 billion, with a best-case scenario of actually saving our government $2.9 billion. These estimates do not include other potentially significant cost savings, such as decreased tax subsidies for employers to sponsor private plans, reduced administrative costs, and the very promising benefits of a healthier population. Too often, we need to choose between what is right and what is financially feasible. Pharmacare offers a rare opportunity to do both. we can have a tremendously positive impact on the health and lives of Canadians with the potential for great economic benefit. This is the unfinished business of Medicare. It is a rare opportunity to build upon our Canadian legacy. Thank you very much for your time and consideration, and I would love to hear any questions or discussion.
And thank you. Turning then to the Canadian Steel Producers Association, Catherine Cobden, President, and welcome again, Catherine.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, for having me. My name is Catherine Cobden, and as mentioned, I'm the President of the Canadian Steel Producers Association, and we thank you very much for the opportunity to provide input to you in terms of your pre-budget deliberations. So I'm here today representing our member companies who are the producers of steel, and they produce approximately 15 million tons of steel products, and they support approximately 123,000 direct and indirect jobs. Canada's steel sector plays a strategically important role in the North American economy. We are advanced manufacturers of 100% recyclable product, and we are also a critical supplier to other key Canadian sectors, such as the automotive sector, the energy sector, the construction sector, and many other general manufacturing operations. Given the important role we play, it is imperative that we maintain a steel sector that is strong and competitive and addressing its climate emissions. Our input into your budget deliberations today will focus on 3 strategic goals. Number 1, driving investments to create the low-carbon economy. Number 2, leveraging climate policy to Canada's competitive advantage. And number 3, addressing ongoing global trade risk and uncertainty. The Canadian steel industry has reduced greenhouse gas emissions by approximately 31% since 1990. This is a track record we are immensely proud of as a very large emitter. To go further, however, in our reductions, we'll require breakthrough technologies and solutions that unfortunately simply do not exist today. The scale and investment needed to dedicate to our transformation requires partnership with our government and others, and together we can get it done. The steel sector is prepared to find solutions, and we do have ongoing collaborations, and we are working with our suppliers and our customers and the clean tech industry to find these solutions. But frankly, we have an urgent need to accelerate this development and to do more to support our decarbonization efforts. As a very first step, we urge the government to ensure that the revenue generated by the federal pricing system is recycled back to large emitters like ourselves, and that existing programming is deepened with funding directed specifically to decarbonization of key sectors. This should be done immediately to help spur the development of the necessary breakthroughs for dramatic emission improvements in the longer term. We also recognize that Canada's climate leadership offers both an immediate opportunity as well as some risk for our sector. We know that our greenhouse gas emission profile is significantly less than foreign steel being imported from places such as China and other faraway jurisdictions. This is a very important opportunity to ensure that the inherent values and benefits of carbon of Canadian steel and Canadian projects is recognized through the domestic procurement efforts right across the country. We also know that more renewable or non-emitting energy sources will play an important role in Canada's steel sector. On the other hand, we stand at a disadvantage with other steel-producing nations that do not face carbon costs. So this is the dilemma. While we want and commit to doing our part, we urge the government to investigate whether there are interim means to leveling the playing field to support our sector while we actively seek solutions to this pressing problem while others lag. Now, the North American steel market faces relentless flow of unfairly traded steel imports due to a global overcapacity of steel to the tune of 440 million extra tons of steel. This is a significant amount. We continue to face challenging market conditions as well throughout North America. This reality creates very difficult footing for our sector to advance our climate objectives, but advance them we must. Canada has more work to do, however, to modernize our trade remedies system. For example, we call for improvements and increased resources for Canada's import permit system. This is necessary to increase the frequency and accuracy of import monitoring. Ideally, in our view, this would include the reinstatement of import permits for all shipments into Canada. It's a tall order, but it's required. We are grateful for the Canada-U.S. understanding and for the Team Canada approach that took to make it happen. This really established between our governments of Canada and the U.S. governments in May of 2019. We're also excited and supportive of the recently signed CUSMA. We urge the government to continue to explore opportunities to work with the U.S. and Mexico on a North American perimeter to trade. That's what we're about, to strengthen the competitiveness of our North American region and to address global steel overcapacity that affects the entire North American region, and to deal with unfairly traded steel imports that affect the North American region. These collective efforts will strongly support the steel sector's ability to be competitive and to position us for the future of advancing our climate objectives. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Catherine. And final witness, Canadians for Tax Fairness, Toby Sanger, Executive Director. Welcome, Toby.
Welcome, and thank you very much for inviting us, Chair and members of the committee. And congratulations to all the members on your elections, re-elections, and your appointment to the Finance Committee. I'd also like to commend all of you and the staff of the Finance Committee for holding these consultations on such short notice. I'm always impressed with how efficiently and graciously you work under tight timelines. For this year's pre-budget consultations, the committee asked interested groups and individuals in particular to provide advice on the theme of climate emergency, the required transition to a low-carbon economy. Finance Minister Bill Morneau seems to have already taken your advice, as he said that the environment would be a major focus of this budget. And our supporters also identified addressing climate change as a top 5 priority. And so I'm going to start with this issue. We agree that this budget must be a climate action budget with substantial federal investments to make the transition to a low-carbon economy. The Green Economy Network has done some research into this area. It's called for an additional $81 billion investments over the next 5 years. That works out to about $16 billion per year in building retrofits, renewable energy, energy efficiencies in different industries, public transit, and high-speed rail. They estimate that this could reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by up to 35%, which would meet our targets for 2030. And these investments could also create an estimated 1 million person years of employment, and so be good for the environment and the economy. So how could this be paid for? First of all, the federal government should finally eliminate subsidies to the fossil fuel industry, as these work contrary to our climate goals. The PBO, Parliamentary Budget Office, estimates that the federal government could recover over $2.5 billion annually by eliminating a few tax subsidies for oil, gas, and mining corporations. Secondly, the federal government should strengthen its carbon tax framework by eliminating the preferences for large emitters. And I think they should convert the cap and trade program to a transparent carbon tax, but with border carbon taxes and rebates, as the EU is planning. So you have border tariffs on the imports and then rebates for exporters. This would maintain the competitiveness of Canadian industries, such as the steel industry, and provide an incentive for other countries to also take action. The federal government could also generate many billions more by closing regressive and ineffective tax loopholes, as we've argued for a number of years. We're glad to see the government planning another review of tax expenditures, and that this one is going to be public, but it could achieve far more than the $1.5 billion that was projected in the fall economic statement. This review should be truly public and involve broad public consultations and input. And perhaps the Finance Committee could play a role in this as well. One of the most regressive tax loopholes is, of course, the stock option deduction. I was glad to see the government take some steps on this, but we feel that it should be completely eliminated instead of the complicated and somewhat unfair proposal that was included in the 2019 budget. We're also glad that all parties agree that large foreign e-commerce companies should be required to pay tax on the business and revenue they generate from Canadians, and that that this is included in the platform and the plans for the government. Applying the GST and sales taxes to imports of all digital services, including advertising, is essential to level the digital playing field and make Canadian producers competitive. Applying a digital sales tax to the revenue of large foreign e-commerce corporations is also an important step on the route to real international corporate tax reform, which is now under discussion at the OECD. Together with this, Canada should certainly put limits on the interest payments that corporations can deduct from their profits, particularly to offshore subsidies. We're glad that the government is planning this, but the cap should be reduced to 20% or lower. The OECD recommended 10 to 30%. The federal government could also end the ability for corporations to shift profits to offshore affiliates by requiring corporations to demonstrate that these affiliates carry out actual economic activity. There was a recent report from the IMF that calculated that approximately 40% of the foreign direct investment overseas is actually shell corporations. It's not for any actual economic purpose. So ultimately, we should shift to an international corporate tax system with unitary taxation of corporations and apportionment of their profits according to a formula that reflects real economic activity, just as we allocate corporate profit for tax purposes between provinces in Canada, and the US does the same thing as well. We also need increased investments in the Canada Revenue Agency. Funding for the CRA has only just recovered last year to what it was 10 years ago in real dollar terms. So we're glad to see the Conservatives also pledge to increase investment in tax compliance and enforcement, as this would pay back many times in increased revenues to reduce the large tax gap. I'm probably at my time limit, so I'd welcome any further questions and discussions after that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Toby, and I think what we'll do is restructure the rounds. First round, 4 questions at 5 minutes apiece, and second round, 4 questions at 4 minutes apiece, and that'll give us chance for 8 people to ask questions. So starting with Mr. Mattel, you're on, and then Mr. Fraser.
Oui, bonjour, ça me fait plaisir.
Yes, hello, my pleasure. My first question is for Ms. Catherine. To begin with, I'd like to know whether the assistance that you received to offset the American tariffs that you had, was it of use to you?
You're talking about the investment assistance through the Strategic Innovation Fund that took place as a result of the tariffs. I think it's important to understand that the tariffs had a deep and relentless effect on the Canadian steel industry. They were uncalled for. They put us back on our heels, and so that certainly was a step in an important step for us, or an important program for us.
Oui, mais juste pour.
But just, I'm sorry. All right. So, if I may ask, though, I'd like to go back to the assistance, what you received. You mentioned it, and I'd like to know whether, to balance off the American tariffs, because the steel and aluminum sectors feel that they were unjustly treated and that this assistance might not have been sufficient. So what do your members of your association feel about that? Do they feel this was unfair? The amount that was provided to offset the tariffs.
It's important to recognize that the government was working with what it could. Definitely the SIF program generated important investments that were focused on our competitive position. We're focused on our started some of our green transformation, and helped to ensure that our industry, had opportunity to attract investment. But the facts are that we lost about $1 billion of investment over that period of time. So I don't think we can underestimate the impact of the tariffs on the industry, which is my earlier point. But at the same time, we're very grateful to have had a program that could help us, get some investment happening again in the sector.
Oui. Est-ce que vous avez le sentiment que nous sommes...
Do you have the opinion that we're running behind in the industry in terms of competitivity? When we're talking about rare earth, for example?
On rare earth specifically, but what I can say is as an industry, we are under intense pressure from unfairly traded imports from around the world. And it is something that we must remain vigilant on, and we must ensure that we have all the trade mechanisms as sufficient as possible to deal with those unfairly traded imports. So, overall, are we suffering from this? Yes, we are. I think the entire North American market is suffering from this challenge. And so, now that we are out of the tariff situation, we're happy to be working with our U.S. Counterparts as well on ensuring that we create this North American perimeter to try to allow our industries the conditions of success for our competitiveness. When you have other governments elsewhere in the world propping up their steel sector through heavy subsidization and unfair practices, that creates a tremendously difficult challenge for the Canadian and, frankly, North American steel industry to compete.
Croyez-vous que c'est envisageable?
Do you think that it would be possible, or realistic perhaps, to implement a purchasing or an acquisition policy based on carbon footprint, for example, carbon content?
Remarks, we think that's an excellent opportunity, in fact, and it's one that can be, managed because we know that when we use Canadian steel in Canadian projects, we actually have a very significantly reduced carbon footprint than some of those foreign imports from faraway places. The transportation alone means that we have about 1/3 of their emissions, right? So we have a very significant opportunity to demonstrate that we have a lower carbon footprint and therefore we can help.
Do you think that we might implement a three-nation policy all between the three countries, Mexico, Canada, USA, come to some agreement so that we do get a procurement policy that is based on pricing of carbon? Do you think we can?
Our own domestic procurement policy as a starting point to show how it can be done and to show how it's supportive of lower carbon footprint steel in our marketplace, and then pursue discussions with others. That's fine, but I think we should start at home.
We'll have to cut it there, Mr. Martel. Madam Koutrakis.
Is it on? Yeah. My question will be to Catherine Cobden. Thank you very much, all three of you, for being here today and addressing what is important to each of your sectors. I'm a new member of the Finance Committee, so please indulge me. I've got two questions, Catherine. Just, continuing with the vein of the U.S. tariffs being lifted, what type of growth can we expect to see in the steel sector as a result of the removal of the tariffs?
Well, the removal of the tariffs was a very important step for the Canadian steel industry. As you can well appreciate, it really eroded our competitive position. It hit as I mentioned already, it saw a lack of investments coming to the industry. So now that that's been removed, we've addressed a significant part of our problem in the United States, so that's good. But overall, we still have the import problem to address. So I would not be doing my job well if I painted the portrait that things were rosy now that we have solved the tariff crisis. While we're very grateful for that, we still have these crazy challenges. Now, the good news is we can now work with the United States together to solve some of these issues. So that really points to really truly see investment start to roll significantly in the sector and the competitive position to come forward. I think it really points to continuing to take a look at the trade remedy system, continuing to make sure that we're treating imports well, that we know what's coming into our country, that we know, how it's being handled, especially in steel. I mentioned earlier the overcapacity. That's about 36 times the entire Canadian production is steel out there trying to get in. So, these are forces that are well outside of all of our control, but are yet very necessary for us to be aware of and to ensure we're doing what we can, to avert the dramatic impacts that that's having on the sector.
Okay. And if this was Christmas all over again, and you can give us maybe one or two recommendations that you would like this government to see in the next budget, what would they be?
Well, I've mentioned the trade remedies, and I'm going to say that will continue to always be there given the situation. But then I also talked about, and I hope you took note of our interest in generating solutions to reducing our carbon footprint. And I think we can be, we are a large emitter. But we have, the will and the interest to collaborate to do more. The problem is we have, a lack of options. And so if I had a Christmas wish, it would be that we had a lot more technologies available to drop our emissions fast, because we know, and the reason for doing that is government signals are one thing, but there's also signals in the marketplace on this. There's also signals with civil society, also signals with our bankers. This is an important issue for the industry to address at a business level. Thank you.
Sure. How much time is there left, Mr. Chair?
We'll give you 2 minutes.
Okay. Thanks very much. I'll go to Dr. Béchard. Thank you very much for being here. Obviously, I think on the heels of Dr. Hoskins' report, tackling national pharmacare is got to be a priority. I think there's some jurisdictional things that need to be sorted out that I hope won't get in the way. You did an excellent job, I thought, summarizing the fact that this can actually pass on both a cost saving to the taxpayer and also increase social good. I'm curious if you've identified a certain sector of society who will be the primary beneficiary of taking this kind of an approach on.
Thank you for the question. I think it's an excellent one. And truly, it benefits society at multiple levels. Of course, the end users, the patients, each of us who will be taking prescription medication in order to stay healthy. I think a group that people often forget about when we discuss the potential benefits of a pharmacare program are actually a lot of businesses, particularly small businesses, who are paying for increasingly expensive and unsustainable private drug insurance plans, especially as medications become ever more expensive. And we know that drug costs are particularly high in Canada. We are getting to the point where we almost cannot afford not to have a universal pharmacare program. So definitely there's a health benefits to each individual Canadian, but I think that the economic benefits to small businesses are actually really undersold.
Just in the 30 seconds that I've got remaining here, one of the things that I'm trying to wrap my own mind around, obviously there is a cost to implementing a system. The savings may be across society, but somebody will pay that cost. If we were to essentially say tomorrow we have a single payer system and the government through a national formulary is going to organize and bulk purchase, then we may see systemic savings. That cost, as you pointed out, cost savings would be passed on largely to the private sector employers who are currently paying for these plans. I want to ensure that we're not accidentally enriching private sector companies if the end game is to save taxpayers money at the end of the day. You're not going to have time to answer this, but if you have feedback to point us in the right direction as to how we can make sure that we're actually the systemic savings are passed on to the taxpayer, not just private sector companies, I would welcome a follow-up through the chair of our committee, or clerk of our committee rather, on the heels of this meeting.
You want to add something quickly, Melanie?
Absolutely. As you're probably aware, the Hoskins report does anticipate an average savings of $350 per year for the average Canadian family and about $700 per employee for Canadian businesses offering private drug plans. So that's what we can anticipate at the end user level, but I'd be happy to talk offline or online rather with more details. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. St. Marie.
D'abord, merci aux trois témoins pour votre...
First, thanks to all three witnesses for their presentations. My first questions will be from Mr. Sanger. I'm particularly interested in the struggle to get the fiscal control by the use by corporations to use tax havens in order to shift profits and such. When we take a look at the work being done by the OECD, or OECD rather, we're looking to them to find measures, to put measures in place to try to temper down the tax avoidance practices. There's a number of elements involved here, of course, where we seem to be indicating that this struggle against tax avoidance is underway to try to have mechanisms in place so that these mechanisms are not being abused and standardize protective practices by other countries. Put an end to these loopholes where debt can be reduced artificially, used to artificially reduce their taxes. What other measures might be taken to quickly counter this situation?
And I hope I got the questions correctly. There is a large amount. I mean, I've been surprised in my experience of how much is of taxes avoided through international corporate profit shifting. I mean, one company, Cameco, it's of course in court over $2 billion. Internationally, the OECD estimates that approximately 1% of GDP for OECD nations is lost to tax shifting. And these tend to be larger corporations, so there's an unfairness there. The Parliamentary Budget Office also came out with some estimates there. A couple of the ways that corporations avoid taxes and shift is, one, the interest deductibility rule. And the OECD has proposed some measures on that to limit that to 10 to 30% of profit. And so I was glad to see that this included in the Liberal government's platform. Another one is through intellectual property. These are a number of the different measures that are used. The thing is that we have an international corporate tax system that's based on the arm's length rule and also on transfer pricing. We should be moving to a system that is similar to what we have here in Canada, which allows formulary apportionment. Sorry, it's not a sexy term, formulary apportionment, but basically allocating the profit in between countries, as we do provincially, according to real economic factors. So there's another provision that can also be used, which is economic substance or unitary taxation of multinational corporations in that way. Does that help?
Oui,
okay,
c'est parfait, je vous remercie.
D'accord, parce que
je vous remercie beaucoup.
Yes, yes, I thank you. And my next question will be for Ms. Gordon. Following the imposition of illegal taxes on our steel and aluminum, we're coming to a new agreement by way of CUSMA. I'm wondering if your industry feels that the protections of these treaties for your industry is adequate.
Yes, I must say that we are very happy with the outcome of the CUSMA, what it looks like. And in fact, I've been on the public record on several occasions now to say that the Canadian steel producers urge the swift passage of CUSMA. It is a very good deal for the steel sector. I believe it moves the needle for the metals industry overall significantly, and we really now have to get the job done, please.
Le fait que dans le traité,
in this agreement, automobile parts of steel, basically steel, have to come. The content has to come from North America, but they should be, in fact, refined in the United States. Do you see a difference in that? I mean, for the aluminum sector, it seems that aluminum might be sourced through Chinese dumping, for example, because they don't have to be formed or manufactured in North America. Is that a significant point?
Very much strengthens the North American content requirements in both in the rules of origin and in the subsequent down the road potential additional criteria, or not potential, the additional criteria in 7 years' time specific to autos. So from our perspective, this really does strengthen the competitiveness of the North American steel industry and moves it forward for us in a significant way. So, you know, I stand here today telling you that we're very committed to this deal. We need to get it done. We'll see.
Julian, 5 minutes.
Awesome testimony. Thank you very much for being here. We could ask a lot of questions, but I'll start with you, Dr. Béchard. You were very eloquent about the impacts of not having a universal pharmacare in place. And I'll just give one brief example. A family in my riding of New Westminster Burnaby, the father is paying and the family is paying $1,000 a month for for heart medication, and they're now having to choose whether or not they can continue in their home or that they have to put all of the family resources around the heart medication. You mentioned that national standards and a funding agreement are the two steps, and as you probably know, the NDP is bringing forward a private member's bill that would deal with the issue of national standards. So what remains then is the funding agreements that the federal government needs to negotiate with the provinces. Now, I guess my question is, how important is it that this be in this year's budget, that the federal government in this budget make sure that the funding foundation is present so we can move ahead with pharmacare now and not wait another decade for putting in place a valuable program?
Perfect. Thank you very much for the question. I think no one will be surprised when I say critically important that we get movement in this year's budget. As some folks might already be aware, in the 2019 budget, there was some funding for the Canadian Drug Agency. So that has already been provided to start an organization that can work towards this very evidence-based formulary of the most needed and effective medications so that we can get started. There's also been some funding set forward for a national strategy for rare diseases. Some of us might be familiar with the fact that more rare diseases often have very specialized and very expensive medication, and it was determined in the Hoskins report that this likely needs its own strategy. So we have these moving pieces in place already, and it seems as though we've already put together some funding and a lot of effort towards getting the foundation ready. And if we don't continue to proceed with this momentum, we really have not made the most of that funding that's already been invested. I think that the momentum is already there. We know that Canadians overwhelmingly support the idea of national pharmacare, and I think that it's not a matter of if at this point, but when. And in the meantime, Canadians, both in the private and public sector, are paying way more for our medications than we need to. So it is critical to act quickly.
Thank you very much. I'll move on to Mr. Sanger. You spoke very eloquently about the impacts of the stock option deduction, the lack of any sort of taxation regime around web giants, the fact as well that we require a lot of funding to catch up and fight the climate emergency. The PBO produced a report that we actually discussed at our last Finance Committee meeting back on June 21st, prior to the election, that estimated conservatively losses of $25 billion a year for the overall tax system because of the impacts of overseas tax havens. How important is it to really move forward in this budget with a fair tax system to address all of these inequities so that we can make the investments that so many families are looking for in affordable housing and pharmacare and dental care, all these other areas where Canadians have had to pay such a price because of our unfair tax system?
Yeah, I mean, it is. I think it's quite surprising to a lot of people how much revenue is lost in these different areas, in terms of tax havens and also in terms of loopholes. The other aspect of this is that it's important for businesses to be on a level playing field in this area as well.
And right now, it is the larger corporations in particular that can avoid taxes in the, through international tax dodging and to a certain extent through domestically as well. It was interesting to see the CRA's report on the tax gap. So this is different from the PBO one, but there was even more of a tax gap for larger corporations in that way as well. Significantly larger. So it's absolutely essential to take steps as soon as possible in this way, and that, as I've mentioned, it can be very important to help fund in different areas. Could help fund pharmacare, could help fund investments in a green economy as well.
Thank you very much. Turning then to Mr. McLean and then Mr. Fragascatis, 4 minutes apiece.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Son, my first question will go to Ms. Cobden, a former steel worker. I'm very pleased to see that you've decreased CO2 emissions by 31% over 30 years, so let's call it 1% a year, and understand as well that in order to get a big jump ahead, we're going to have to get some innovative technologies to make that happen. But 1% a year is a good base. If we can continue along that way, obviously some industries will do better, but nice to see steel on that track. You did talk a lot about the CO2 tax and how much you're in favor of transitioning the industry to this new CO2 paradigm, and yet you want all the tax back to the industry so it can do something to innovate. You want CO2 tax applied against imports, including from trading partners that will be were covered under certain trade agreements at this point in time. And it seems like the cost of this CO2 system is going to be more expensive and more difficult, more onerous to administer than not having a CO2 tax at all on your industry. So would it be fair for me to say you're actually not in favor of this, given the fact that it takes so much gerrymandering in order to make it work in the long run?
So just to clarify my comments, we're going to see large emitters pay about $200 million a year into the industrial component of the program. And our view is that, and there's been some discussion already on revenue recycling and that it should go to the province from which it came and all of that, fine. But our view is that that should be recycled back to the industries that have the most to, that can make the biggest change with the money in order to see our carbon emissions overall as a country go down. So this is the essence of our situation. We feel, and I think you're right, 1% a year has been really good. And that's what will continue, I don't know how much more of that we're going to be able to do for the next 30 years, but we're going to continue to do it. And we'll get more improvement incrementally. But what we are really talking about for the new investment is transformation, right? How do we create those really new technologies of the future that recast how steel is made? And frankly, not just in our country, but globally. Like, this is a real opportunity. No one else is doing it. And we don't think this is something that can be done overnight. We think that we actually need a systemic, year by year by year approach to find those solutions and really make those things work. I have some experience in innovation. I know that good projects, come and go.
Back to the question about the CO2 tax.
Yeah.
Because you do seem to be working around it as opposed to addressing it directly. Like, we'll take the tax, we'll pay the tax, we'll take it back, and we'll apply a tax on everybody offshore coming in. Is that, a difficult way through a situation where you're actually dealing with a new tax on your industry?
So we operate in the world of what we have, and what we have is a system, a regulatory system that we need to meet, and it's going to, and basically, we do not see our competitors having to meet that system. So we are very concerned about leakage.
Yeah.
And
Good.
We think there could be solutions to leakage. And one of the questions we have, and we're not necessarily saying we need to tax them on their way in. We need to look at ways, though, that supports the domestic industry's carbon objectives without doing those unintended consequences that you've identified in your question.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'd like to see what those are at some point in time. My next question for you, Ms. Cobden, still is, and I was curious on this, you talked about the inherent environmental benefits of Canadian steel.
Yeah.
Last time I checked, steel is composed of really two inputs, metallurgical coal and iron ore.
Yep.
And I don't know how those change as Canadian metallurgical coal goes over to China to produce mixed with iron ore and make steel. Is it the shipping you're talking about that the footprint is on?
Yeah, the fundamental, the facts that we can talk about specifically are the transportation costs. Of course, to your earlier comment, our industry is also in a regulatory framework that gives us, that has seen us improve our emission portfolio and our emission profile. But on a transportation level alone, we would save about we would have about a third of the emissions of imports coming in from China.
Okay. One question? Okay.
We'll have a little time later if you have another supplementary, Craig.
Of Mr. Sanger?
We'll be back to you later. Mr. Fragiskatis, you got an opening later.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the witnesses. Ms. Cobden, when a question was raised earlier about measures that the steel sector has taken on the environment, you talked about signals from the market, but then you expanded the list to include, and I'm quoting here, signals with our bankers. Yeah. So could you expand on that?
I think that
what do you mean
it's...
by that?
Well,
I think I know what you mean, but
yeah, that we're seeing the investment community as well ask questions about the carbon performance of our industries. I don't think this is limited, by the way, to any one industry. I think this is a shift that's been taking place.
Yeah. So we've heard that. We heard that in an earlier session today.
Oh, you did?
I think Mark Carney's name has been referenced at the meeting as well. In terms of innovations that the sector is looking at moving forward with, what are some of the most important ones that you've seen or that the sector has seen writ large over the past few years, and how can we, as a federal government, help to spur that further?
Thank you. Can I just clarify? Are you asking for innovation related to climate?
To climate.
To climate specifically, yeah. So we have some very interesting beginnings of collaborations going on, whether it's to look at, long-term transformation of the steel production process to get rid of the use of carbon entirely. And by the way, we're working with the coal industry on that. So it's not, we really believe in working collaboratively to find these, and they're long-term solutions. They're not going to happen overnight. We have some interesting opportunity with the forest sector as well, where we instead of inputting carbon in its fossil form, we import it, we use it in our process in its biological form, which has a carbon benefit, et cetera. So there's some very intriguing, starts, if I will. But the point that I want to make is we need to actually accelerate this work. And the steel sector can't do that on its own. The scale of the investment and the sort of partnerships required simply too large.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Chair, with a final question, I'll turn to Dr. Béchard. Dr. Béchard, I'm a member of Parliament from London, Ontario, which is home to the Bethany's Hope Foundation, focusing on a rare disease called metachromatic leukodystrophy. I wonder if your organization has any particular thoughts on rare diseases, particularly within the framework of how we might approach pharmacare. I know that in last year's budget there was a move in this direction to support individuals struggling with a rare disease and their families, but any thoughts that you or your organization could offer in that regard?
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for raising the question. With rare diseases, it is something that would be wonderful to include within pharmacare, and I think that is everyone's vision going forward, recognizing, of course, that we might need to have a bit of a separate strategy in terms of how to identify the most efficacious medications and how to also purchase the medications themselves, given that oftentimes, because they're for a smaller population, they can be extremely costly and expensive. That being said, a lot of these very expensive medications can make a tremendous impact in somebody's life and their ability ability to function and have a quality of life and also contribute to society and participate. So absolutely, I really was thrilled to see that in the Hoskins report. They specifically mentioned that rare diseases needs its individual separate strategy, and I was also really happy to see the funding towards it. I don't know if I myself or Canadian Doctors for Medicare has any ideal solutions other than saying that we do absolutely need to look at these medications and to fund them, but we might need a bit of a different process given the very long-term ability to see that medications are safe. Sometimes we don't always have that luxury with rare diseases. So I'm glad to see it's treated separately.
Thank you.
And we'll come back to Mr. McLean for 3 minutes, and if there's a couple of minute question on the Liberal side, we'll go with it. Mr. McLean.
Oh, thank you. And Mr. Sanger, I did pick up one thing you talked about the $2.4 billion subsidizing the oil and gas industry. When you quoted the number, you quoted $2.4 billion, the oil, gas, and mining as a subsidy. And I presume you mean the actual flow-through benefit that primarily goes to the mining industry now as opposed to the oil and gas industry. So I'll give you a chance to correct that after I ask my question. My question is really about, in your report, you talked about the government increasing royalty rates on the oil and gas sector and tax rates, et cetera. Are you aware of how much net benefit and tax actually is provided by the oil and gas industry to Canadian taxpayers currently? The tens of billions of dollars? Can you give me a number?
In terms of, are you talking about the amount that the industry pays directly or indirectly, or
we'd be talking about taxation revenue provided to different levels of government, both for corporate taxes, royalties, of course, things that fund hospitals and education, and all the programs that you would like to see in your agenda here have to come from somewhere. Are you aware what that number is from the oil and gas sector?
Well, there are different estimates. So first of all, I'm going to.
Well, there's actually really hard numbers.
I'm an economist, and
well, you should know numbers.
So I've got some people who do different calculations of that. The figure that I did cite wasn't the flow through. That's a Canadian development expense.
Canadian expense is flow through.
There's also flow through shares as well. I thought that you were referring
Canadian
to that.
development expenses are flow through shares.
Yeah.
By another name.
Okay. Am I aware of the total amount? I mean, all industries pay taxes in different ways. Royalties, the effective tax rate on the oil and gas industry is tended to be a bit lower than other sectors.
The number I'm looking for about how much is provided by the oil and gas industry.
You know what I can tell you what the deficit or the net debt is. This isn't it's not 20 questions, right?
Fine.
I don't have that. No, I don't have that number. I don't know what the industry has put out on that.
Yeah, let Toby answer. Are we done?
That's the problem.
Any last remarks from the witnesses? Some chatting on the side. Okay, I'll thank the witnesses for their presentations. We had an interesting exchange by times. And committee members, we will meet tomorrow at 11 o'clock for further witnesses. So again, thank you for your getting together quickly to make a presentation, and adjourned.
Thank you.